Alrighty. Oh man, T went down the wrong pipe at the exact perfect moment. Okay, so I had a plan for today. That plan has shifted. I've been working all day on this Tailwind plugin, and we're gonna play with the plugin for a bit, and then we're gonna deal with the Linktree stuff. The plugin is basically just a quick little extension of the it's called like a Tailwind fold plugin. So if you're not familiar with it, I'm just going to open it up real quick because I'm probably going to be talking about it a little bit. If you look at like a regular old ERB file with Tailwind in it, it's impossible to read anything because the Tailwind classes are like obnoxious. And if you have just a regular Tailwind fold plugin, it'll collapse like the classes themselves, but it won't work inside of the like the ERB tags. So like right here, all of this stuff by default wasn't getting collapsed. There was a ticket in like the GitHub repo for this like a year ago or something. But I popped in earlier today. I saw that there was just like a small change, I think. And now when you hit Control-Alt-A, it toggles everything, which makes it a lot more readable. I'm not sure if I'm going to like, I'm testing it right now, and then we're going to see like how robust it seems because I just kind of changed the regex and went, yeah, it sounds like it works, which isn't the most scientific approach. But I'm going through and I'm trying to write some tests right now and make sure it's a bit more robust. And then I'm thinking, because there was another request in there for like a custom regex, I'm going to try and implement that. We'll see how that goes. Where instead of having to like go in and manually edit this, you would just come into like the config or the settings or whatever, and you just throw in whatever you want. So if you have like a custom way you want it filtered, you would just do it that way. I think I got most of that logic worked out. I'm trying to test it right now, and then I'm going to see if I can actually read it, and we'll just see what happens, I guess, is the plan for this. And then for the Linktree course, we still have the to-do list from last time that I have hopefully somewhere over here. Because we were working on, if I come into the README, we were working on doing some of this stuff. So like the iframe needed to have like a set size because it was like weird when it first loaded. And then we were talking about using turbo instead of just having everything be based on refresh, which if I come into the actual Linktree course real quick, we can take a look at that. If I do a CD code streams, and then I think it's Linktree Tailwind, then we can do a bin/dev. And then hopefully we can come over to localhost port 3000 and we can take a look at that. So I think this is where we stopped last time, which is fine. This page is still really ugly. We were talking about, I think last time we did like the login and the logout. Probably want to customize this a bit because right now it's just sort of like a template design just thrown into devise. But this also works for like the register page, which is nice. You just need to like work on the layout shifting like that because it's a little bit weird. But yeah, if I go over to login, and then we could do a dean@example.com. We can do this. Also, because this is using stimulus components, which you can see right here, it allows us to do like drag and drop reordering of all this stuff. There's some other things we have to do here, like the active toggles. But because this is using stimulus components, I feel like I should mention, if I open it up real quick, I actually saw a tweet from the author of stimulus components earlier today. And they're working on a update to the site. If I can find it, I think it's over here. So what they're working on right now is a way to have like inline demos, which is going to be really cool. So if we come in here, you can see, if I full screen this, instead of having to like go to that new page to see the demo, what they're trying to do is just have everything inline, which seems like so much more usable. But it also allows you to like just do the full demo, see what all the functionality is. So we have this, and then there was something else that I learned about, if I can find it, which was someone's working on what we talked about last time. It's a like build your own Kamal file GUI. So you just go through here, you select what you want to have in your Kamal file to do your deploying, and then it just builds it for you, which is also really cool. No idea when that stuff's going to be available, but really cool stuff. So we're going to focus on the plugin for today, hopefully. I'm going to move Twitter over here before I get in trouble for who knows what shows up on the timeline. I don't need another couple of clips like we had last time. But yeah, so we're going to focus on getting this to work a bit better. Now, right now, it seems like it's working. I've tried like a bunch of different stuff to break it. Nothing in here seems to be breaking, and the tests all seem to be passing. But again, I came into this kind of cold, so there's a good chance that we're going to be looking at this in, an hour, and everything's going to break for some reason. Because usually when you come into a code base without any point of reference, it's just a complete mess. So I'm fully expecting that to happen. But okay, so where I left off right here, personally, was trying to get this Jest stuff to work, because I'm not a JavaScript person. I don't think there's a secret about that. Like I talk about React and stuff, but I don't do JavaScript professionally. I'm like I'm more of a C#, I guess, like desktop developer. So I'm trying to figure out how Jest works. I've done a little bit of testing before, and I have like the basic tests working, I think. If I like comment this out for the secondary test here, then we should just have these tests, which I think are testing all of the edge cases that I would need, as far as I can tell. The nice thing about this, because it's all running as like a plugin, I should be able to come in here, and if I get rid of this, and then I come back to the decorator test, I might need to restart VS Code. But one thing I've noticed is that while I'm testing it occasionally, is it important to learn TypeScript to React? I couldn't tell you. I think you're probably okay without TypeScript, but it's really going to depend on where you're working or what you're working on. There's people that swear by it, and then there's people that don't care for it. I feel like if in the JavaScript world, you're more likely to run into people that swear by React. And then from like the outside of JavaScript world, people that swear by TypeScript. From the outside perspective, a lot of people are probably going to be like, why would you add even more bloat to JavaScript? But there's a good chance those people don't like JavaScript to begin with when they give that opinion, so it might not be worth listening to them. That'll ultimately depend on, like, I don't know. I think it's worth learning. It's probably a good skill set to have. It won't hurt to know it. It might take a bit of your learning time away from React, but it might make it, it might make you a bit better at it. But again, my only point of reference for like React is I've made like 3 different apps, one of which is this one, which really isn't that impressive. It's just like a little terrain thing. It's like it generates terrain and can do pathfinding. But like that's about the extent of my understanding of React is drawing a couple squares on the screen and pretending that's a project. But yeah, so what I noticed was while I was testing this, assuming I had everything working correctly, the Tailwind stuff was firing on its own. Hello, come here. We're doing more stuff today. I got myself involved in a Tailwind plugin, so we're gonna be doing that. It's called it's Tailwind Fold. It like automatically folds your classes. But I got it working for like ERB files as well, which is pretty cool. So I'm trying to like dev on that a little bit today, and then we'll go over to the other stuff. But yeah, so like if I have this running, you can see that even while I'm like writing the tests for the extension, because the extension's running, it's also collapsing stuff, which is really nice. Because then like even without running the test, I can usually tell if something works or if something doesn't work. And you can see that I've changed a few things as I've been working on this. Okay, so and one of the things this is teaching me, like weirdly enough, is what valid HTML looks like. Because I generally don't think about like, oh, can I have spaces around like a class equal sign in the quotes? So that was also interesting. But yeah, this testing with Jest has been a nightmare to set up. At first, it was a pain to set it up just in terms of like the basic configuration to even get it running. And then it feels like every other time that I run it, it stops working for some reason. And then it tells me that like none of my environment's loaded and I have to restart VS Code. So I don't know if that's what Jest is just like, because I got a couple people that were like, have you tried using literally anything else? But yeah, I'm learning as I'm going. So we'll see. So what I'm trying to do right now is mock up this configuration thing so that when we initialize the decorator, it grabs the config so that I don't have to have the settings.json set up to run the tests, because that feels like it would be weird to have the settings for the extension already set in my editor and then run the tests based on those settings as opposed to based on what you would expect to be there. But I really don't know. Again, this is like my first time even making a VS Code extension, so still learning. But yeah, so what I want to do is get this to stop throwing errors, which it refuses to do because it keeps telling me that it can't find this module for configurations. So I guess we'll start there. What I was trying to do was I just tried moving it to the top, because when I've mocked stuff up before with like a testing framework, I had the mocks at the top. And then I threw this into ChatGPT, and ChatGPT came back with, you can just throw it inside the test itself. But I'm still getting the same errors where it's telling me this configuration doesn't exist. So I really have no idea how to mock Jest functions. So I guess we're going on a learning trip today. Let's just come in here and read the actual docs. I'll move this over. Yeah, see, this is what I did before. Like when I ran a mock, I had it at the top, or I guess outside of the test itself. Actually, I don't know what the difference between describe and test in Jest is. Oh, this is definitely an area where Rails makes me go, you could just be using Rails right now. Hello, Marco. Hope you're doing well. I hope you're not coming here for expert JavaScript advice, because that is definitely not what I'm going to be giving. Describe is for grouping. It is for testing. Okay. So that makes sense. Because I've always thought of it like some kind of wrapper, I guess. Now, I don't know, do you put this in the test itself, or do you put this in like the setup? Because I guess if I'm mocking it, I would want it to be mocked for each of the setups. Are you still working with C#? Not right now. Right now I'm just doing the Rails stuff. I mean, occasionally I'll still use it, but like literally at this moment, like the last couple of weeks, no, I haven't been using C#. Let's try it. Let's put this in here and see if this does anything. I highly doubt it will, but we'll see. Done so much TypeScript the last 2 weeks, I started to write TS syntax for Ruby file today. Yeah, that happens to me a lot when I work in a language like heavily. I'll come over to like Ruby or some other language, and then I just start writing the wrong syntax, and I have to like consciously convert to what I'm trying to do. Especially when I come over to like JavaScript, where it feels like it's almost like Lisp at this point, where there's just so many brackets, braces, parentheses that you need for everything. And like when I get errors like this, I'm like, is this an error because you're upset about something else? Or is this an error because I have not enough parentheses and braces here? And then I'll get paranoid. I'll backspace and I'll just start letting GitHub Copilot autocomplete. And then I see there's still an error or there's not an error. And I'm like, what's going on? Okay. So I don't know, do I need to like import the configuration file to be able to mock it? That doesn't sound right. Let's try it, I guess. Import. Well, I guess I have it here, and I didn't need to import it for the VS Code because I had to mock the VS Code stuff too. So I'm assuming that's okay. Let's see. How to mock a, I don't know, config file in Jest. Oh, good, a purple link. That's always a great sign. Real config has been modified in the first test, but I want to fail. Okay, well, don't modify your configs and tests. Reset modules, which I have. No idea why, but this is the second place it's told me to do that, so that's probably good. It returns a mocked value of a config, jest.domock. Jest.domock with the config. And then this is returning this. I don't know, let's try this. Let's try like a console.log. This ran. The most sophisticated of debugging tactics. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything here. Console.log. Okay, so I'm assuming whatever this needs to do isn't happening. So let's move it back down here and see if this changes anything. Yeah, I'm not seeing this run anything at all. So there's got to be something up here. Let's see. Let's look at the load config, I guess. Because this was throwing an error before. But it was mostly throwing an error for the, where is it? It's like for the opacity somewhere. Then there was also an error I was getting because of the number of groups for the regular expression. Has to match the import specifier, how you import it in the other file. Okay. Where is it being imported? Import settings from configure. So is this? Let's grab both of these and let's just come up here. We'll just do this. Okay. We'll get rid of this for a second. We'll see if Copilot here can help. But this is going to be upset because of this, right? Okay. So now it's upset about settings.unfolded opacity. Okay. I guess it'd be like this. And then what do we need? We need unfolded text opacity, which I think was like this, maybe, from the other file. Okay, well, let me check. Let's just look for it. Unfolded text opacity is here. Okay, well, this really isn't a lot of help. Okay, so the settings is just coming from the enum. Loving these live streams complete with your misadventures while doing them. Well, I'm glad to hear it. That was sort of the plan, was to help dispel the myth that I know what I'm doing by just streaming myself floundering about. Because I get those comments quite often on the videos where people just, they go, I don't know how you do this in 20 minutes. And I'm like, oh, you didn't see the 20 hours that went into this video before I uploaded it. Just sitting there like completely forgetting how to even run a Rails new command. Okay, let's try this. I doubt this will work, but we can certainly try. I don't think I've ever had this Copilot thing help, so we'll see. This might be a first. Oh, it just recreated the mock. I think it just duplicated the exact same code. Hold on. Oh, it changed the class a bit. Yeah, that didn't do anything. I don't know what they're going for with this Copilot thing. You would think that like the company that has access to the actual like not hitting your get function doesn't return a number. That's what I'm assuming, because when I come in here to like console.log, I ran a get function. Like I'm not seeing this happen. It's now hitting your get function. Let me see. I can't tell if it is. I don't know if test results would be spitting out like a console log. Probably should have tried this earlier. Can I breakpoint this? This shows how little I know about like TypeScript development. Let me see. So like a debug test. There we go. Okay. Okay. So let me try putting it here, and then we'll rerun it. We'll see if this does anything. Yeah, so it looks like it's just coming straight to the decorator. Oh, let's see. Okay. Okay, so it's the unfolded that's throwing an error. Okay, then let's come into the decorator. Hold on. Let's come into here and where's my test? Where's my test file? We'll come in here. We'll go into the decorator, go to definition. So getting to here, and then we got to go into here. Okay. So I think this is where we're running into problems. Oh, this is expecting. Imagine tests actually working right and helping you debug instead of having to debug the test. Yep. That's unfortunately how it usually goes for me, is more time spent debugging the test than anything else. Again, it was fine up until the point where, well, I guess it wasn't fine. It took forever to get this set up. But these tests are great. Although there's one in here that I'm a little bit sus about. But then I started trying to do the custom regex stuff, and then immediately it just went, no, I don't think you're going to do that. I think you've had enough productivity for one day. Okay, so we have the breakpoint here. Let's go into wherever the other one was. Let's go into here. let's come into here, and then we'll debug this. We'll see what this does. It's weird because it looks like it's already doing a check with its like nullish coalescing thing. So it should be at least returning something. So I want to go down to here. I don't know why it's not going into here either. Okay. So we have settings. So the toString on this might actually have to import in your test file. That's, yeah, that makes sense. I mean, it doesn't from my perspective, but I understand what you're getting at. No, we don't need text editor. We need the import config and settings. We'll see. Try this, I guess. Yeah, so like this whole mock, like whatever this is doing is just maybe I have to change it to let's do this. The config.get, sure. And then this as opposed to what I had before. Okay, it was worth a try. Let me see. Yeah, it's really strange because it looks, I mean, again, I'm coming into this like largely with no point of reference because I've never done the extension development. I'm not a JS developer, so I don't really know. But it's weird that it just doesn't want to do this mock, or that it's like not seeing that the author originally had like this being checked for like it's got the nullish coalescing operator, which I thought was supposed to handle cases like this, but it's still upset about the toString. So I really don't know. Let's try this. Const opacity. Oops, const opacity equals config.get settings by this. Yeah, so it's still upset about the toString. So let's come into here. I'm just going to try and reduce the problem a bit. And then I'll grab this like that. Yeah, so the parsed opacity is what it's upset about. So whatever it's getting out of this file, it's coming back, and then toString's not working on it. So what is this? Can I debug this, or is it still going to be upset and say question mark dot toString? I will try that. Okay, so we actually hit it. Like, I expect this to come back with nothing because like this isn't set because I'm trying to test it, which would make sense. So yeah, I'll try adding what you suggested. So what was it? It was question mark dot toString. Something like that. Oh, okay. I think that worked. Because now we're getting a different error. This is huge. Okay, let's just get rid of this real quick and see if, yeah, so we're on unfolded declaration type, reading dispose. Let's go to definition here. If it worked once before, surely it'll work again. Line 52. Hey, there we go. I don't know if this was a good idea for me to just do a bunch of like null checking. But I guess we'll find out. Okay, so what I'm going to try and do now is I'm just going to try and build this, and we're going to see what happens. Yeah, again, like it passed the test. I just don't know if what I mean, I know what I'm testing here isn't testing whatever this is doing, but I guess we can find out. So if I remember right, it was VSCE package, and then we're going to be doing this for package.json, and then we want to change this version somewhere. We'll change it to like 1.2. And if we run this, that should give us another VSIX file, maybe. And then the VSIX file is what we actually install to then have an extension in VS Code. Oh, I'm learning so much today. And this all started because Mackenzie Child asked like the very simple question of why Tailwind fold no work in ERB files. And immediately I was like, another person in my war on why are all of our extensions completely outdated. So I went and I checked and I was like, it seems like it's close enough to where we could like support this. I've been running it in the extension host, so you don't have to package and install it. Ooh, okay, I'll look into that. Let me see. Let me actually do that right now. Extension host VS Code. Okay. And then I want to reload the other one because I want to test it over here in this one. So we'll do Linktree download. And because I'm actually streaming when like normal people are awake today, we get to see all the people that are just perpetually getting on and off Steam because I don't know how to turn off my Steam notifications. Okay, let's come in here and then let's see. Hopefully this works. What is this? At installed, and then we need Tailwind fold. And this is version, last updated 36. So yeah, this is this version. And then this isn't working. So I've broken something. It doesn't look like it's blowing up, but it also isn't collapsing anymore. So let me come in here and let me undo these changes. This could also be why, now that I'm looking at this. If this is equal to... Okay, let's do this for right now. And we want... because this should still be set up here. So this is the regular expression I changed earlier. So we're going to leave it like this. We're going to comment out the logic for the custom code, and then we'll just make sure that it was working beforehand. So let me package this up again. And let me come over to our extensions real quick. Extension, uninstall. And then I'll just close this, and then we'll install this. I don't know why. I've realized this is a lot slower to run in my Ubuntu. Oh, I ran it in the wrong one. It's a lot slower to run in my Ubuntu 22 as opposed to my 20. I've noticed that about a couple things where for some reason this one's slower than the old one I used. That said, I'm really excited about learning this stuff because this is going to make it a lot easier to make other extensions for like Rails development. Because there's so many ideas I have where it's just been driving me nuts with a lot of these that I'm really excited to actually be able to like make the ideas happen. Okay, so that should be good. And then let's come over here and run another code. Oops, code dot. Extension host is actually configured in this project. You can start it from the run and debug tab in your sidebar. Gotcha. Oh, okay. I don't think it liked whatever I did. That time it actually blew up. But we'll see. We'll see if it starts or if this is just immediately unhappy. Okay, so it starts okay. At installed Tailwind, it's not installed. It's installed now. Everything's folding, so that's good. And it's still working for our Rails stuff. So that's also good. Okay, and then I'm going to close this. Start it from run and debug tab in your sidebar. Let's see. Something like this. Gotcha. Okay. And then can I come in here? What's going on? Continue. Can I come in here and then open up Linktree Tailwind demo? Whoa. Okay. Like that. And that closes this one. Okay. So we'll see. I think this is fine. Maybe it is actually upset by what I had with the wherever it was, with this regular expression. And that's probably because off the top of my head, I'm assuming this isn't set to the empty string. So I guess my question is, what is this set to if this comes back? I'm assuming it was what, like undefined, maybe? Let me do this. Something like this. And then I want to, what was it? You said run and debug, and then we run this. And then this should open, and then we should get to this point if it launches the debugger again. Okay. Continue. Then we get here. Okay, so this is coming from the settings file. So we come into settings.json. That's what I have right here. And we had 3 backslashes and 2 backslashes in places, which makes sense. Here it's 2. Let me come back to the settings real quick. Whoa. Can I full screen? I can't full screen. Okay, so I have to actually do it like this. Oops. I want to go to here. I'm losing the plot. Here. Oh, it stopped again. Of course it did. Stop this. Let's come over here. Run and debug. Yeah, this is a very interesting way to have a development environment. I'm sure there's better ways to do it, but I'm doing what I can, I guess. Okay, so let me move it like this, because then it'll be on my other monitor a bit too, and I can still click on it. We want to continue past here because we don't need parsed opacity checked for anymore. Let's continue. We come here. We get this. Hopefully I can like copy this, or does that just close it? Oh, as soon as I hit control, it closes it. Okay. Fantastic. All right. Okay, there we go. So some of these are like escaping and changing, but others aren't. I wonder if this is like coming in as an invalid regular expression, and that's just causing it to go kablooey. So let me see, like, would like to see if there's something I can run here, because I probably want to do something. I'm assuming like, was it JSON.parse and then, oops, this, something like that. This is ugly, but we're going to pretend that we didn't see me type this. This came from the internet. Not from me. Even though I am technically the internet right now. And then we just stop this and then start it again? Start debugging, F5. Error exists. Okay. Run extension. Sure. Are you upset about this? You're not. Okay. Show errors. Undefined is not valid JSON. Fantastic. Okay. Let me do this. We'll put this in here for now so that we don't lose it. And then we'll do a check if this actually exists before we do any parsing. If this dot custom regex does not equal undefined, can we do this? And then let's log it up here as well. That way you stop getting mad at me. And if I press this, are you going to work now? Okay. You open up. Unexpected token. slash in JSON at position 0. Okay. Okay, so let me stop this. Can we go to here? And then F5. Oh boy. We're going to be doing some learning today. Okay, so it's not undefined. So we come here. Don't think JSON supports regex. Yeah, that was my thought. I found a Google result where they said to just escape it. I'm assuming that's not how it's going to work, though. In which case, we just abandon the idea. I mean, I'm sure there's like another way to do it. I just, off the top of my head, I'm not familiar enough with like extension development to figure it out. Okay. So let's try to parse this. Let's come down to here. Yeah, it gets upset. As far as I know, it's not supported. That makes sense. All right, then we undo the custom stuff for now. So get rid of this, this, and this. We don't need this. And then we can actually go to up here. This should still be fine. I'm not, well, I guess this would still be fine. And then we can come over to here. So that means these tests aren't needed for these. So that should be good. And then I think actually this should just be, where is it? Get status. I don't think these changes are necessary because if I do like a git checkout main, right, we come in here and then we should be good to just run this. But let me change, or let me get rid of these. Just make sure this works. Okay. Oh, fantastic. Segmentation fault. That's a new one. Could safely say I haven't had that one happen to me today. At least not yet. Oh, I bet it's because I deleted the files while I was working on it. And then it got upset with me. Either that or we're in for another 6-hour Kamal style stream where my computer just decides it's not working. Oh, thank God. Okay, so we'll come over here. We'll install this. We'll come over to our, I guess our Tailwind course tab. Okay, so yeah, this is fine then. And then I just need to figure out how to publish this, I guess, so that we can at least use it for now. But I think it was, what was it? How to publish VS Code extension. I read about it on the packaging page earlier. But it sounded like a whole thing. Also, I'd have to go in here and like change whatever I have. This stuff, I don't know, like Tailwind fold Rails. Let's see. Here we go. This is what I was looking at. Create a personal access token for Azure DevOps. Oh boy. All right. It's like we're going to be doing some second monitor activities here. Give me a second to create an account. There we go. Oh, okay. Looks like should still be good. There we go. So here we go. Here's all the data harvesting. Where are you from? What's your email address? What are you planning on naming your firstborn child? Okay. Take me back. Okay, so we have an account now. Follow the documentation to create your own organization. Okay, sign in to Azure DevOps, select new organization. Okay. This. It's asking me to sign in again. Even though I just did and just checked, keep me signed in. Okay, there we go. Name of your organization. Hey, we did it. We have a project thing. What is this? Like, Tailwind fold Rails. Create project. Okay. All steps to create your own organization. On your organization's homepage, open the user settings and go to personal access tokens. Right here. Okay. Let's move it over again, create a new one. Select new token, name any name you want for the token. Okay. Custom defined, show all scopes. Scroll to marketplace. Click on manage. And then click create. Okay. Hopefully there's not. All right. Oh. Okay. Apparently we're struggling a bit today. It's like stream is live but unstable over on Twitch. Looks like it's okay on YouTube, so I don't know what just happened. Oh, looks like YouTube might be having some issues too. Let me come over here again. Okay, so we have to come over to the marketplace. Okay, and then here I have to create a publisher. Verify ownership of a domain that affirms your identity or brand to become a verified publisher. It would be easier for me to go out and buy a car than it is to publish an extension. I'm not going to be writing much today because I'm actually working at this time. That's okay. gives you a break. Okay. Let's see. So learn about verifying a domain. It really is a whole ceremony. Okay, to verify a publisher, manage publishers and extensions, domain name. Okay. Sure, whatever. Is that stream? Hold on. Is that Stream Elements? Why is Stream Elements pretending to be me in Twitch? Okay, let's come over here. All right, 1 second. We got to do some housekeeping. Every time this bot comes up, it scares me because it has a habit of just banning people indiscriminately. Chat bot. Settings. Custom chatbot is connected as me. Disconnect. Connect with Twitch. Yeah, last time I think it banned like 3 people in the span of 10 seconds, and then I unbanned them, and then it just kept rebanning them. And then I went in, and it was claiming that they were upset about, or it was upset about them like saying offensive words, and it was just like a link to a GitHub repo. Yeah. Come here. It really doesn't like you. Okay. So how do I change its name so that it's not sitting there using my username? Because that's so weird. It makes it look like I'm just sitting there spamming my own chat. Whatever. I'll figure it out later. Let's go back to whatever this fresh hell is. We'll use this information to populate your publisher page. I don't know. Company website, source code repository, github.com, deanout / whatever it was. Nope, this is github.com /me /tailwind fold rails. I think, yeah, it was that one. Okay, so we'll do that. /tailwind fold. Oh wait, no, this is just for a regular publisher. github.com /deanout. And then for Twitter, don't know why you're asking for this, but okay. We'll do that, and then we'll hit create. Now it needs me to look for traffic lights. And I missed some. Okay. So we've now made it to making an extension. How this is different from the other 13 things I've had to set up, I will never know. Upload Visual Code Studio Code extension. Okay. Which means we're probably going to want to rebuild it with like my info in there. Because I'm assuming the original author probably doesn't want to be spammed with people going, your extension's broken, if it's actually just broken because of me. Do this, adds ERB support to Tailwind. Something like that, I guess. Oh, and then I have to change. Okay, so we do actually have to do some more configuring because we probably want to change these settings to be like command for Tailwind -fold -rails, Tailwind fold rails, and then similar down here. Oh, and then all of these need to be refactored as well. Okay. Let's just do this manually. It's going to take a little bit longer, but at least then I'll know that I'm replacing the right stuff. That, and then we can do it here. Like that, I think. And then if we do a Control F for Tailwind -fold dot, there should be nothing, and everything else should be Rails, which it is. Okay. That's all fine, but now we should come over to, I think somewhere else in here there was like Tailwind -fold stuff. Obviously the package lock JSON, the package.json, that's fine. We got to update the README as well. Do this. Something like that. We come in here to the commands. This is going to be -rails. Save this. Configuration.ts -rails. And then settings, this is fine. We'll keep these, I think. And then I'm going to do another package real quick. And I'm going to try to install this just to see, make sure this is working okay when it's installed. Oh. Okay. And then we'll come over to, oh my God. All right, we got to mute the phone. Oh. Actually, maybe we don't. It's telling me, I think when the stream died earlier, I think Restream thought that meant the stream was over. And now it's sending me like a stream summary. This is, it's definitely more difficult to manage this stuff than it is to just upload videos. I think I'm a little bit too hard on some of the streamers sometimes. There's definitely a lot more overhead making sure things are working when you're doing this live, as opposed to like editing. If something doesn't work, And then like I'm halfway through a project, you blow it away. Like audio wasn't working, you just delete the whole thing, you start over. It takes you like 20 minutes to do the whole thing. Here, it's just like you look away for 5 seconds and there's a bot banning people for no reason. The Twitch goes down, or the stream to Twitch goes down, and then third-party extension says, all right, we're done here. We're done streaming. And you're like, no, I'm still live. What are you doing? Okay, so let's... so now we have this Tailwind fold-rails. So let's get rid of this one. And then we'll try to install the Tailwind fold Rails specifically. We can come over to here, into extensions. Well, I'm going to leave both installed for a second. And then we're going to come into our settings.json right here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to first of all disable Tailwind fold real quick. And then I'm going to come into here and I'm going to hit Control-Alt-A. So that's still working. Let me reload. I just want to make sure that like they play nice together in the event that someone installs both. Okay, so now none of this should be working because my settings are set to Tailwind-fold. And now I'll take this and I'll do -rails like that. So that's still not working. Oh wait, it auto-added it. And now I want to take this. I want to add support for the ERB. HTML, ERB, and Slim, sure. And then we need a comma here. We'll save that. And then I should be able to come in here, and now everything's toggling properly. Because, yeah, this is a text field, right? Okay. So that's fine. Now let me enable the other one as well. I'll enable this. Okay, so yeah, now this is where it starts to get weird because now one of them is breaking the other one. Try this. Save this, see if this works. Okay, so you don't want both of them to have it set to auto. So I think this is fine. Like this. Now let me make sure that this is changed. That seems fine. And then, is there anything else that needs to be changed here? Let me do this. I don't know, I'll just say it provides ERB support for the for the original Tailwind fold extension. It's a fork of the original extension with added support for files. So if you're not using ERB, then go download the original. Save yourself if you're not using ERB. Something like that. And then I want to grab the original author's name and I just want to like credit them because I feel weird uploading this and not fully crediting them. But let me check the extensions real quick. Make sure that I'm using whatever name. Full credit. Okay. Full credit goes to the original author. Yeah, sure. You can find the original extension here. I'm assuming this is okay. I don't know if there's like marketplace rules that I need to follow here. I'm hoping this is fine. Okay. Let me do a quick little check here. So let's come over to the marketplace because we have to actually like create the extension now. So I'm gonna be doing that. Visual Studio Code, drag and drop the file. So I need to grab this file and then drag this over. Maybe. Okay, it doesn't like that. Why would it? Why would it be? Is it MIT? It is MIT licensed. If we come into here, there's a MIT license. Oops, I don't know where I just went. Okay, so I'm assuming that's fine. Visual Studio Code. Oh, and then I have to find, okay. Reveal and explore. Yeah, it's more so I just want to make sure that like I'm being fair to the original author. I know people post it as like MIT, but I always want to, you know, I want to make sure that they still get credit. Because at the end of the day, I added like 10 lines of code to this. It's not like I went out of my way and I reinvented the wheel here. It was by and large done by someone who's far more competent at this than I am. Upload, mountains or hills. Upload error. Oh, I see. Okay. Publisher ID. Assuming that's just the publisher right here. Is there a reason you're not just upstreaming the changes? I mean, I probably should. Right now, I'm just trying to get something out so people can use it. When I looked, the ticket for it was open for a year. I don't know how much their demand is. I might just try reaching out to them and seeing if they're interested in adding support. But it looked like they were doing something with it. Let me come over to wherever it just was. So if I came in here to the issues, I think they said somewhere in one of these issues had a comment that said they were working on something. Is it this one? Okay, so this was an actual comment. Yeah, this was the one that was already open. Let me see. Can I edit this? I don't know. Is there? I'm assuming there's a way for me to like unpublish it later, right? I don't know if it matters, but how to remove a VS Code extension from the marketplace. Should probably check before I do it. Not now. Removing extensions. Clicking actions remove. Okay. So yeah, I should be good to remove it if they decide they want to add the ERB support. But I don't know, because it looks like a lot of the support requests are just kind of left in limbo. And like I can understand it. You have it working for what its intended purpose is. But also for me, this is just like a learning experience, trying to figure out how to do this so that when I try and do other stuff, I can... Oh my God, okay. When I try and do other Rails extensions, I actually know how to do it now, like the full process. Because a lot of this was a mystery to me this time earlier. Okay. And do I just search it? Go all the way down to the bottom. Or wait, is there a filter for like newest? Category. Recently published. Tailwind fold Rails. No, okay. Oh, because it's still in verifying. Gotcha. All right, and then I guess we just wait with that and see what happens. Oh yeah, because I still have to do like the personal access token stuff, I think. I forget why I needed that. This creates the publisher. Create. Unless that's like a console type thing. I have no idea. So I guess I'll just let this sit over here and we'll let that stew. And then we can come over to the Linktree course, hopefully. I think you need the PAT if you want to publish from the CLI. Okay, that makes sense. All right. Okay, so let's close this for now. And then let's close this and close this. Yeah, I'm assuming it's like based on what I saw in that article, it's like if you want to do VSC publish or something from the console so you don't have to drag and drop it. Okay, so let's close that and let's just close all of this and do a code dot. Close this one and this one. Settings, okay. Then I have to come over to here. I guess it was here. Okay, so what I was working on last time, now that we have that out of the way, is if I log out and I if I start the server, first of all. If I log out and then I log in as john@do.com, assuming that exists, it does. This was bothering me. Because, and then also if I go to localhost port 3000/John, I mean, I guess this is fine. And then we were also looking at when I add a link, like, I don't know, twitter.com/deniocom. When I hit create link, it's causing a complete refresh here. I think it would make more sense if adding a link was just like done with Turbo. You stream on Twitch as well? Yes, I'm actually live on Twitch right now as well. I can post it, assuming I don't mess this up. Twitch.tv/dnow. And hopefully the Stream Elements bot doesn't ban me for posting in chat. Okay, so what I wanted to do was come into the controllers, and it's going to be the links controller, I think is where we do this. We have the toggle active, so this is another thing that I have to add to the list. Let me just come to the README. Toggle active for links. Because in the older version of the application, which is in cd/code. I think we did it in here. Code streams. And then in here we have the Linktree. Let me zoom in a bit so you can actually see this. We have the Linktree demo. And then in here, if we do a bin/dev, I think it's -p3001. We can then open this up in another window to have our second app running. And in this one, we had the ability to like activate and deactivate the links. Of course, it doesn't look great, but it's okay. That's why we rewrote it into Tailwind, because this is what it looked like before with Bootstrap. But you can see here, hopefully, if I full screen this, maybe it'll be better. We have like the whole app over here in this iframe. And if I toggle one of these, this is actually the wrong page. If I toggle one of these and I go to, what is it? Localhost 3001/Dean2. Okay, this app is just completely broken. Let me stop the server and do a git status profiles helper. Oh, this is broken because of how we did the help. Okay, I see. If we come into this code base real quick, we can probably fix this. It should be in here in the helpers, I think is where we set it. I think we fixed this in this one. Profiles helper. Right here. Maybe. Let me come into our port 3000 real quick and make sure. Yeah, so this one's actually rendering the profile. The old one was broken because it was like hard-coded to port 3000. Right? Yeah, localhost port 3000. So let's grab this and let's just replace this like that. And then if we come in here and we run this again, hopefully that fixes it. So we can at least take a look at what I'm trying to talk about here. Or not. Okay. Anyways, the point is when you toggle these links and then you go to the user's profile like this, the links are no longer visible, because if you go to an actual Linktree page, you can enable and disable each of the individual links. So that's what I'm trying to do from like the panel back here. So we're going to add that as a to-do item. And then we're also going to make sure that we're doing this all with Turbo, because I want it to be happening without refreshing, because refreshing is really cringe. And that's going to be a whole thing, because every time I work with Turbo, it either works right away or I spend half an hour trying to figure out how to do the most basic of stuff. And there's absolutely no in between. So we're going to come into the links controller. We're going to do, I guess we call update position when this happens. So maybe what we want to do when we update position is, or no, this is for the create. What am I saying? When we do the create, we redirect to the index path. We probably don't want to do this anymore. Instead, we want to do something like a respond with the turbo stream. So we want to go to, was it respond to do format and then format dot turbo stream, something like that. And then we have two options here, which is one, we can say, do like an entire block here with all of that stuff inline, but that gets really like unwieldy, and I personally don't care for it. So instead what we'll do is we'll say you can format with HTML, or you can just format .turbo stream, and then we can come over to here and in our views for our links. Ooh, actually, that's a good point. Is there a way to respond with like a specific template? So let's do this for now. Let's try to render this, because my concern is, since this is going to a different controller than the page we're on, I don't know if we have to put like the index page for this in links, or if we put this in admin. So let's try this. And then, yeah, so we're streaming a replace to links, which we should have here. Links. And then we're replacing the partial. Well, I guess technically are we updating it? I don't know. We'll figure it out. Updating the partial. And then I'm actually going to comment out the format HTML for now because I don't want that. Okay, missing partial admin underscore links. Because this needs to be a link / admin link. My naming convention's already coming back to haunt me here. Okay, so let's delete the test. That's still working. Test case create. It's missing. It's links. Okay. Of course it is. Okay, undefined method or variable link. Let me do this. And then we want to move this down. We'll leave the partial right here. We'll have the locals right here. So we're targeting our links ID. We are using the links partial, and then we're passing our link like that. Again, a lot of this is just brute force as I figure it out each time, unfortunately. S is the sneakiest letter. It really is. Okay, so that's working, but if you can't tell what's happening, when we do this broadcast right now, it is set to update, but it's adding it, or it's replacing the topmost link, it looks like. So it replaces that with the new link, which we don't want. So maybe we just do like a append like that. And then we'll test this again. So let's say test case, create link, that adds it here. Now my question is, can I grab this and drag it up here? And then does all of that save? It looks like it does. And then let's try visiting John's Linktree. We just go to /John. Okay, and he doesn't have any links, and this is because we have another to do, which is there's no way to set links to active, which like kind of relates to this toggle active. Wait, what was that? GitHub Copilot. That was exactly what kind of language I used. That's funny. Okay, so if we come into our console real quick, it looks like it does preserve the order. So the link that's added through Turbo is also like an actual link that can then be used to drag and drop, which is good. It saves us a lot of time. But I do need to do a link dot. Let's just do link dot last real quick. So if we come in here to not that one. How many do we have? Link dot count. We have 4 links. Oh, this is in the demo. Okay, let's come over here. I was about to say something's not right. Let's do a Rails C in here and then do a link dot last. We can see here the last link isn't active, and that's what I meant by like it's not displaying here. So if I do a link dot last dot active equals true, or sorry, a link dot last dot update active to true like that. That'll give us an actual update, and then we can come over here, do a bin /dev again, and restart our server. And then we should see a link pop up on the right there. So there's our test link, which is this one. That's not, or sorry, that's this one, because we dragged and dropped it to the top. But we also need the second to last one. So let's do Rails C. And then we can do the same thing we just did, but what is it like? I think it's last 2. I just want to check. No, it's okay. Let's just do this. We're going to do a link equals link dot find, and we need to find whatever this one is, number 5. And we'll do a link dot update active to true. Okay, and then we can do a bin/dev. That should at least give us something here. There we go. Okay, so now if I drag this over, this fires off in the background. That's all fine. If I refresh, the order changes. I don't really know how. I don't know if it's possible. I think it might be possible, but I don't know. To get the turbo to work inside of an iframe, maybe if you put like if we put like a stream channel on the actual user's page, which would also cause it to update if anyone's looking at the page. I'm just trying to think, because that sounds like it's a recipe for not working because of like conflicts between people trying to fire off their own updates. It would be based on specific link IDs. So maybe it would work. So if we come to, where is it? We'd have to fire an update to whatever this is in though, right? So in our profile page, profiles show, we'd have to figure out where the links are, and then we'd have to grab each one of these as a partial, and then we'd have to fire off this entire partial, I think. So we grab all this, and then in here we just render a partial. Render, I don't know, what do we want to call this? Partial would be profiles/link. We pass in the link, and then in here we do _link .html.erb, and then we paste this in, right? And then our formatter refuses to work, as is tradition. Something like that. We come over here, we refresh. It's still working, so we didn't break anything by doing that. And we can do like a turbo stream from, I don't know, profile links. Something like that. I don't think this is the best way to do it, because I think there's a way we could probably like scope it better. But I'm going to let it sit like this, and then I'll think about it as we go. So we turbo stream from profile links, and then instead of in our links controller doing this, we'd have to do it on create, and we'd have to do it on update, right? Okay, so I'm going to leave it here for create for right now, because this is definitely going to fire on update, and we'll just focus on updates first. So when a link gets updated, what is this? Like on, let me just do this. When a link is updated, we need to broadcast that change to the profile links stream. And then we'll say this will update the links on the, what is it, profile show page. Something like that. So this would be what, like after update, commit, do broadcast changes or something. Broadcast replace to, because it's something that we're doing, right? That was such a weird statement. This is broadcast replace to, because this is a change we are making. So that makes sense. And let's refresh, hit enter. Okay. And then if I change this order, missing template. Okay, here we go. Missing template links /_link. And then we can, we need to change this. We need to broadcast the replace to here. The target needs to be link ID, which, Okay, the target being link ID means we have to come into our show page, into our profiles link partial. Nice use of preposition, thank you. And then in here, we want to wrap all of this in a, what is this? Gotta go, looks great, man. Can't wait to see finish. Yeah, have a good one. Thank you for stopping by. What is this? A turbo frame tag with a DOM ID for the link. And we do, and we come down here, and we end it right here. And we tab all this over. Okay, so this now converts to, oops, let me do this. Turbo, or the DOM ID gives us a link underscore ID. So if this is for link 14, this partial will then be link underscore 14 as the ID, which then allows us to very specifically target the 14th element, or the link with an ID of 14, because it's being created for us. So it's a very nice helper in that respect. So we're broadcasting this to this target, I think. Broadcasting to this channel with this target, with this partial and these local. Okay, this makes sense. Let me tab this over. Our partial, I don't think it's links link. It's going to be profiles link. So we want to go to profiles/link, and we're going to pass our self in there because we're doing this from inside of the link model. And we'll drag test down here. Okay, so that's broadcasting to the profile links with the replace. Target is link with an ID of 11. Oops, I want to do that in here, actually. Okay. Target is a... Oh, I'm realizing another way this might break up, or this might mess up. Okay, let's come in here. So this is our target of 11. Broadcasting to profile links replace, target of 11. Okay. We can inline edit these, right? Okay, so that's good. Although we can only inline edit the links themselves. Okay, so here's my thought. If I do it this way and we broadcast this replace to the profile links, when we drag the link, right? Even if this works, and let's say I drag test to the top, let me just refresh. Let's say I grab this test and I drag it up to the top. What my logic here is saying is that I'm going to replace Twitter with test, but then I also have to figure out what I'm putting down here. So I think it makes more sense to just do this and then say, I'm going to broadcast like all of our links to that location, I think. At least that's what I think I've managed to problem solve out here. Now it's just a matter of figuring out where I would do that. Or how I would do that, I guess. You have the stream, or you have the channel that we're listening to on the show page, right? Profile links. And yeah, this is where we run into the issue of I've had this problem so many times with Turbo, and it drives me nuts every time. If we stream specifically to the profile links stream, like we're doing here, we then have to deal with the idea that if we have two users that are updating their stuff at the same time, or even if we just have a different user update his stuff while I'm looking at my page, his updates will be streamed to this place and we'll be replacing all of those links. So I don't think that's the way to do it either, because then we have to figure out a way to turn this into like broadcasting users. And every time I've tried to do anything like by user, it ends up being a multi-hour detour as I remember how to not use devise in a Turbo stream. Hey, Clear for Blue. How are you? Playing with Turbo. We finished messing around with the extensions, I think. We got something working. So like if I hit Control Alt A, it like hides all of our CSS, including the ERB stuff now, which is nice. You can stream from a model instance. Interesting. Okay. I'm going to check this out first. Is there a way? Okay, hold on. So if we did it this way, we would also run into the issue of, let's say I drag the first or the third one to the first position, and then that would also cause everything else. Okay. Is there like a turbo stream insert at? Is that something I could do? I don't want to add on top. I'd like to put it in a specific location. Replace, update, remove, before, after, refresh. Don't need that. Okay, so it doesn't look like it. Okay. So we would need some way to identify this. Okay. We're already on that specific page, right? Let me see if this logic checks out. So if we turbo stream from profile links underscore and then link links, what would it be? It would be at user. What am I doing? At user.id, something like that. And then this would be in, oh wait, no, we'd have to come to, let's just go to John's page for this. /John. Then we come in here, elements, and we search for our div, wherever that may be. Think, right? Yeah, right here. Okay. Okay, so what I want to do then is go to this specific profile links, which we can do in our link by grabbing the this underscore user ID. And then if I do, let me get rid of the test case one. If I come over here to John's profile, let me just refresh. Okay, yeah, that makes sense because I just deleted that. And then I think if I do this test case, I don't think this is going to work. But if I refresh, oh, and I just deleted the link. So now we got a Rails C and we got to update the last link like that. Okay, there we go. bin/dev. All right. If I don't figure this out in like a couple minutes, I'm going to go do the active stuff real quick because this is going to be really annoying if I have to keep doing that. And then I want to drag and drop, right? So I drag this up to here. Broadcasting to profile links too. So it didn't blow up, which means this is actually a decent enough way to do this, I think. It's just going to be a matter of figuring out my logic for this, like what I actually want to replace. But I think this makes sense. I'm hoping. And then I don't think we need that. Because now, instead of doing the overall target with a partial, I think. Okay, what we would want to do instead is grab this I think we grab this and then we do a links. I don't know what I want to call this, links container. Sure, why not? And we can do a, actually it'd make more sense to put this all in a partial maybe. Let's try that. Let's do a render for profiles, render partial profiles / links. And then we want to do our locals with our at user.links like that. Come in here, new file, underscore links.html.erb, paste this in. And then this needs to be just regular links like that. That should still work. Okay. And then if I grab this, maybe show page right here. So this should be right here, rendering this partial, but I have to do the div. What am I doing? We want to do a dot links container like this. I don't know if I want to put this inside or outside. Something like that. Let's refresh and then let's grab this again. Just make sure that we're good here. Links container. So now we can grab this and in our model, our target is going to be this. Our partial is going to be profile / links. Oops, links like that. And our locals are going to be links of user.links. We do a replace to this links container because we're replacing it. I think that makes sense. Okay, and then we drag test down. All right, hold on. Let me refresh. Move this down so we can see what happens. I drag test down here. Now test is on the bottom. I drag test up. Test is at the top. Okay, so it's not firing off. So let me refresh. Refresh this. Oops. Refresh this. Okay, hold on. Our order's different now. So something fundamentally isn't working because test is definitely at a higher position than Twitter right now. Let me do, let's just do YouTube. YouTube.com. Create link. So we have a third link here, and then we have to go into our Rails console real quick. Update that to active, which is broadcasting, which is always pretty cool to see that it happens even from the console when you set it up like that. We'll come in here and we'll refresh, and we'll refresh this one. Okay, so YouTube's in the last position. Test is at the top position. Twitter's there. Yeah, if I change this, I change this back, test isn't changing. So even if this were somehow working, I don't think it would actually be working because we are broadcasting user.links. We're not broadcasting whatever the order is, right? Which I'm going to grab real quick. I think I don't like that I'm copying and pasting this. But I'm going to try this and see if this changes how it's handled. And then I have to come into the profiles controller, which should be rendering it that way, I think. And what I'm going to do now is I'm going to come over to our link partial. And before our link name, Marcel, hope you're doing well today. I want to do a thing where we can at least see what the ID is. So I'm going to say this is the link, or not the ID, the position. Right? Is it link.position? Okay. So yeah, this test should be above this thing, which means our profile show is off somehow. And I think I know why, because in our show page, we're doing links.userlinks. And this is what I mean. We're grabbing this in like 20 different locations. So we're going to go into like our user.rb. And I guess we'll try like a scope maybe. Hold on. If I can stop fighting my formatter for like 5 seconds. Order the links by position and by which ones are active and, or sorry, we'll say retrieve active links and order them by position. Something like that. So do something like active links, sure. Links.where active true, order by position. So if we do this, presumably that doesn't break everything. We can then come into our show page, our profile, whatever it was. In our profiles, we're grabbing the links right here. I want to do @user.active links, I think. Does that work? Or am I crazy? I guess this would be like a helper or something. Hey, Oconee, hope you're doing well. Hello to you too. Let me see. Because we have to do, yeah, that's right. We have to do it like this, right? I guess I could do a helper. What would that be? Helpers. Let's see. I want to do scope actually. Let me see. Call the scope and check if it's part of the return results. Okay, so I can't do it that way. Okay, so let's just get rid of this for now. Go back to making questionable decisions, and we'll clean that up later. I need this to not be this. I need it to be this. Where is it? I have it somewhere. Profiles controller. Profiles controller. And then we grab this. And then we'll do it like this. But actually, if I have this in the profiles controller, what am I doing? It should just be @links. It's no wonder this is so complicated. It's because I'm not paying any attention to what I'm doing. Okay. So let's come over here. Let's refresh. Now test is at the top. Thank God. And we'll move test down to the middle. Okay. And now we can see that updated in both locations. So now we have that streaming to our profile page, and it's updating in our iframe. Jesus. This is why you should really use your brain when you're working on stuff. Because if you're just relying on like autopilot, you'll go down the weirdest rabbit holes. Which I'm not saying from like a point of authority. It's mostly just a message to myself to start thinking a bit more when I do this. You're just kind of like speaking out to the void though while you're streaming. So you're like trying to make it make sense while you're also trying to think. And sometimes that It's a bit of a conflicting idea. Okay, so we have this, and then we could use this stream that we have to do a lot of other like on-page updates, I would imagine. So let's say, like, for example, in our appearance page, we have all of this stuff. We could reasonably put the preview over here. I don't know if this is, let me check if this is how they do it. But if I come over to like Linktree admin, but like when you're updating your profile, it would let you see in real time what your profile looks like when you do those updates without needing to refresh, which I think this is how it works by default, right? Okay, so it does toggle it. It's just a bit delayed. Okay, so yeah, it is similar to how they have it. They have some kind of like preserved scroll in here though. That's really cool. I like that. Let's come over here. So we could do something similar for the appearance page. So if we come up to appearance, which lets me pick an image and change my title. If I put 2 here. Okay, that does change. Okay, so yeah, we can do that because it's similar functionality. Okay, so let's come over here. Let's render this iframe on the appearance page as well. So let's come into the profiles, or sorry, the admin index. And then we have this stuff, right, with the grid. So I'm going to copy all of this. I'm going to bring this into the appearance page. Also, if you're watching this and you are doing some kind of development based on what I do, I just want to say probably a good idea to be like making branches as you're going. I'm just really comfortable here because this is like my third time technically making this application. But yeah, it's smarter to like break it up into little features instead of how I'm doing it, which is like making a big old mess. I want to render the profiles form on the left. Instead of this and this and this, I'm going to get rid of all of this and just say profiles form goes over here. And we have our iframe over here, which is still, it's still got a weird height, but that's okay. So what I want to do is, got like a H dash something. I also got an extension earlier that like helps me out with Tailwind. So hopefully that'll also help us to avoid me sitting here going like, time to go back to Google because I don't know how to do literally anything when I'm doing Tailwind. Let's see. So not H96. We probably want something that's like something similar to like I don't think this will work because we don't have. Yeah, okay. So we need to like set this height somehow is what I'm learning. Oops. Quotes, close like that, get rid of that. And then we want probably the section to be the thing that has the height. I remember that. You want the parent to have the height. Don't sit there and faff about with the child thinking you can make it bigger. Is there like a Tailwind, I don't know, VH class or something? Height. $100 VH, H-screen. Like that. Refresh. Oh, it doesn't like that. Applies the same as H-full. Does it? Are those the same? Okay. Interesting. And then for the iframe, do I have to do the same thing? Let's come into the iframe and give it like a H dash, I don't know, make me taller or something. Iframe class, H dash full, which would be 100%. I think. But that's inside, oh, that's inside of the turbo frame tag, right? So does this also need a class of H dash full. Oh boy. And it's inside of a div. Of course it is. All right. Appearance, it's in an empty div. It doesn't need to be. This is also for the form here. So I think this could be on could be down here, maybe. Okay, well that kind of makes sense, sort of. So let's come back to our index page. Yeah, so it looks like they were both in the parent div, so it's up here. We bring this one down again, but let's do like a, I don't know, we can do like a iframe preview, right? Preview, seems fine. Oh, let's not do this. Let's say iframe container, and we'll just change this to a class. Just something so it's a bit easier to tell what it's in. Then we want to give this a h-full, I guess, like that. Okay, and then if we click on this, h-full, h-full. This is in the grips, h-full. There we go. Okay, so that gives us that. I don't know if that's how I want that to look, but at the very least, oh geez. Okay, yeah. So we don't want it to look like that. Okay. The bright side is everything else is 100%, so I probably just need to make the actual section a specific height, or I need to make like this iframe container a specific height. Could I do like a h-fit? Okay, well, I guess that's fair. If you don't want anything to be on the page, you can make it all fit by doing that. Okay. H-auto, maybe? Okay, let's try this. Refresh. Auto is going to work like that because of the h-screen. So yeah, we want h-full, h-auto. Like that. Okay. Still like, okay. Oh, I guess I probably need to figure out what height to make it. Looks like the heights kind of stop at. Use DVH to make an element span the entire height of the viewport, which changes as the browser UI. I don't want that. Send element's height to the largest possible height of the viewport. This behaves the same. Nope. I would like a middle ground between it'll go like the Mario Kart Rainbow Road and you can't see anything. Like, I understand that it goes up to 96 times whatever the size is, but I'd like a, I don't know, like a 340 size or something. So I could extend the theme. That doesn't seem like what I'm looking for. Arbitrary values. Okay, but this is just classes with extra steps. Or this is just inline styling with extra steps. Which means we have an iframe container class, and I'm going to go do this instead. Assets, style sheets. Put it in here. Don't tell anyone. You didn't see this. And I want this to have a height of, I don't know, 20 EM. Just see what happens. Refresh. Okay. 30. Refresh. Okay. Let me see what height makes the most sense here. Let me go, actually, that's a good point. Let me go to the home page. Let me log out of John and log into Dean because I have like actual stuff there. like that. So this is 30. That looks good to me. I think 30 makes sense. But this also seems to not be caring at all what I have here. So I'm assuming this is, yeah, okay. All right. So maybe we need to figure out if there's, like if I log out and go back over to john@doe.com, he's got all this. I set this to 10. Will that shrink it? It won't. And then if I get rid of the test case link, that'll shrink it a bit more. And that's where it starts getting like too small for me. Like at this point, I would like it to be a little bit bigger. Let's just go to pixels. Let's see if I can make this change at all. Doesn't look like it. Iframe, where is this? What are you trying to do? I'm trying to find like what height I would like the iframe to be at, where it lets you see enough without it looking weird. I know that's not like actionable. It's just, that's where my head's at right now. And then also I need to figure out why this, but that's probably more to do with the width. Height 40 VH. Okay, so I can just do, okay. Let me see. Let me get rid of this. We'll put it on here, I think. Yeah, what did you say? Yeah, okay. Oh, wait, yeah, so iframe container in wherever I just was, like this. But the issue I'm running into is it was like a second ago, it was working and it was respecting what I was putting in here. And now it's just decided that it actually doesn't want to do that. So I don't know. H-5. Console? It's clearly upset about something. Let me try this. Control-Shift-I. H-full. That, because it's in this. What is this? Where is this coming from? Where? Hold on. Where is this div coming from? Shouldn't this be in a... This is the turbo frame tag. So it's something outside of the turbo frame tag. Which... Oh, this is the index page. I'm so... There we go. Okay. H-full is doing nothing. So what? Can I just do this? Okay. Easiest workaround is use the tiny. Yeah, well, I was on the wrong page. It seems to be the biggest issue is I had everything working on the other page. And I was like, where's this empty div coming from? It's just because it's on a different page. You said 40 VH, right? Okay, let's try this. Yeah, like this is where it starts, it again starts to look wrong to me. So that's where I think it makes more sense to just go for something like a set size and find what the sweet spot is. And then, yeah, go for VH maybe. Makes the most sense. I think this to me looks... I mean, it still might look a little bit weird. Let's go, oops, 700. Something like that. Yeah, because that's like getting closer to phone shaped, I think. And then we want, what? Something like that. And then we can change this to 40 VH. Do be looking really thick like this though, and I don't like that either. Okay. So where is that? That's coming from here, right? So I probably need to also give this some kind of like a max width almost. What let's look at what this is. Maybe we make it a little bit skinnier than this. This is 472. Maybe we try like a max width of 400 pixels. That's looking a bit like a phone. Probably want to center it, but that's a different problem. And then does this get weird if I do this? Yes. So I probably want to give this a min as well. Maybe 300. 300 makes the most sense. Oh, hold on. I think the cat just broke into the room. Give me 1 second to go close the door. We just go handle this. All right. I've dealt with the intruder. Either it was a cat or a dog. I'm not sure, but okay. I think this makes sense now. This seems to look okay. So we're good with that. And then we'll just make sure that this iframe container needs to also be on the other page. Get rid of that. And then we'll move this over to here as well. And now if I go to the home page, we should have a consistent look. And that should also stop it when I'm like loading it and we first create a new account, which I'm going to go test right now, from it just being completely crunched up and like unreadable. So let me go over to localhost port 3000, register. I'm going to register Jane at doe.com, password and password. Yeah, so that looks a lot better. And then this will allow anyone, to put anything in here. HTTPS, I don't know, google.com. Let's make this Google. Create the link. Yeah, and then we still have to deal with the creation not being broadcast there. And also the active stuff. Okay, progress. I am going to git add.get commit-m. These changes at least. I'm going to say this is like, I don't know, turbo plus styling. Git push. Okay. Now I need to figure out, actually, there's a couple things I need to figure out. One is I'd like it if this could also work for the name of the link, our little inline editing thing. So I'm going to go ahead and try that. Oops, which is going to be app. Well, first let's come into app controllers. Is it the edit link? I think it's this one. So this seems like it'll work regardless of what it's attached to. But well, I guess actually not, because this is looking for content. We'll have two contents in the form. So we might need a link, and then we also might need a different type of target. I'm not sure yet. Well, let's come into our views, our admin index, which renders our links, right? This renders our admin links, which doesn't have that controller set up. So then we got to come into our links/form. We have to figure out where this controller is being set. It's so nice having this extension that hides all the Tailwind stuff. Okay, so it's not in here. So it's got to be in the other place, right? Admin link. Render link / this was for the share buttons, I think. So we still have to do that. This is for our, oh, it's our inline form. Of course it is. Okay. Inline form has a click on the spans. Let's do Control-Alt-A. So when we click on the link text, this has a click, edit, link, show form for the link URL. But there's also the link name. So do we need a second inline, or do we need to put the name inside of the inline? Let's see. Yeah, we have this. So what we could almost do is do another inline form. Is that how I want to do it? Or I could just turn this, maybe. Let's see. Let's take this and let's do a link / inline form like this. And then we have to pass in the locals of link, like that. And then we got a bin /dev again. Okay, let's come in here and refresh. Oh, it's absolutely thrilled about me doing that. Okay. Let's come in here. Okay. Oh, and our little SVG helper also doesn't work with our collapsing because it uses classes. Okay. Seems fine, but it's upset about something. Oh, I don't know what I'm doing. Render partial. And then this needs to be in quotes. Like that. And then we should be good to refresh. Okay, so now we get the link twice. We can either do it like this, or we could do like a inline. Let's do an inline name form, and then let's do an inline URL form like that. This is going to be our inline URL form. We're going to do another one that's going to be inline name. It would be possible to just throw both of these into the same form, but I'm a little bit worried that's going to make the form completely unreadable. And while I edit this will also give me a chance to think about like a better way of doing this. So this is the name. So instead of doing the URL, this needs to be the name. Text field for name. Cancel edit. So this should be good now. Come over here, name and this. So if we click on name, we can change this to Twitter 2. Hit update. That updates here because of Turbo. That's nice. Let's come in here. Let's change this to something really cringe. Hit update. And that changes this to Twitter 2. Okay, that makes sense because we've completely butchered this. Twitter.com/whatever. Like that. Okay, so when the update happens on the URL, when we click update, we're submitting this to the link path. I'm willing to bet that there's something wrong with the stimulus controller logic. It's not content target. So what I'm going to do, we have the edit link controller Okay, so that's the first thing. We're throwing up the edit link controller 4 times, and we only have 2 links, which means it's throwing it up each time we create anything. So that's not ideal. I think there's probably a smarter way to be doing this. Tag at the end is misspelled. Tag at the end is misspelled. Oh, it is. Yeah. That one's misspelled in the form partial. Let me refresh. Okay, wait, that worked. If I do that, refresh, and then I come in here and I change this to Turobo. Yeah. I think I got that in here, but it's probably it's also spelled. Yep, you're right. Okay, so let's do this. This has changed. I want to change this to Twitter. And I think when I do this, because of how this is set up, it's just grabbing like whatever's there. If I hit enter, that worked. So now this is Twitter and this is whatever. So if I change this to X, hit update, that's grabbing the first one that happened on the page, I'm assuming. So let's come into here. Maybe we do it like this instead. Oops. Let's grab content from here. And then let's use this here and here. And then let's get rid of these. Right, and then we'll come in here, we'll change this to Twitter 2. We'll change this to twitter.com, which leaves it as Twitter 2. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to grab these data-controllers, and we're going to go up a level to the links themselves. Because we have it being rendered here, we have it being rendered here. So I'm going to grab the parent of both of these, which is this card body, and do a data-controller equals. Oops, we can just do this. Do the edit link controller. We can get rid of it here, and then we can get rid of it here. Ooh, does this make sense though? We would need. I mean, this isn't going to be the most modular solution, I think. Okay, let's see. I'm going to do this. I still don't think this is the right path, but it's fine. I need to come into the stimulus controller. We're going to have content. We're going to have like name-content, name-form. And then we're going to have the URL content and the URL form. No, this isn't right. We're not going to do that. Come back to here. We're going to get rid of this. Okay. Click on edit. We can grab this, and then where's it coming from when we click it a second time? It's this form. I'm going to close this. Because if we're clicking on it, it should be grabbing that specific form, which means I don't know where it's getting. I don't know where it's getting the previous form from. Let me see how many times this toggling form. So many times this runs. If I click on this, it toggles it once, toggles it again. So yeah, there shouldn't be a reason for this. And then when I update this, it does the submit, right? So Twitter becomes X. Click update. Does that happen every time? X2? Okay, I see. So every time I do that, it's then setting this text to whatever it was previously. But then when I refresh, it's properly set. Link.url. This is link.name. That's a name. That's a URL. That makes sense. Edit form hidden. Hi, I want to say thank you very much for your Ruby videos. I'm at the beginning of my Ruby path, but you helped a lot. Well, I'm glad they're helping. I just wish you had a better tutor than me right about now. No, but that's really cool you're learning. It's definitely not easy. But that's part of the fun, right? Is the struggling through it all. Edit form. Okay. Edit link target is content. So when I click submit, it's got to be grabbing this from somewhere. I wonder, is this an issue with how this is being displayed? To visit link. So this is for the admin stuff, right? Which is causing inline form, inline URL. And then if I do this, we should see this in each location. We do. Okay. And that, oops, like that. What if it's, if I do this, X-3, enter. Is this what's causing the problem? It shouldn't be, because if this were... Okay, let's come into the model and let's get rid of the turbo stream real quick. The link model. Let's get rid of this. Just real fast and just see if this is a stimulus problem or if it's something else. Okay, X-4, update. Okay, so it's not turbo. I'm losing my mind. And then we'll just move this back down to like that. Okay. So there's got to be some reason why that happens. The only thing this is really doing is just toggling whether or not it's visible or not. So where's the actual logic happening that's like changing this URL? This is the URL, this is the URL, and I'm hitting. Is it because there's like two forms here for the model? All right, let's see. Let me move this up. So if we come in here, it's not the SVG, it's going to be in here, edit form. Okay. Action, accept. So what if we do something like a... Can we do like an ID on this? Do an, or not, I guess an ID wouldn't make sense, would it? This is really confusing. Was this an issue before I did this? I don't know, because this was just hard-coded, right? This was just set to the name. If I come in here, this was just link.name, I think, is all I had in here. Like that. Come in here, I refresh. I can't click on the link name anymore, but I can change this to like Twitter 2, and that works. So for some reason, doing this with the inline name form, that's causing Twitter 2 to get completely erased with Twitter 2. Okay. Oh, is it? This is the link URL. Maybe this needs to be the link name ID. Twitter 2. Okay, got it. Yeah, so it was doing the changes, which is nice. It does it, you know, without needing to refresh. But I think, no, never mind. Okay. But because the ID in both is the same or was the same, that's where we're running into the issue. So now we have a situation where the both forms have different IDs. So whenever we change one, we should be fine. So if I come in here and I change this to YouTube 2, that's fine. And then if I get rid of the 2 here, that also works. And then we're seeing all these updates in real time over here as well whenever we do this. So if I change this to YouTube 2, that's still working over here. Okay. So that gives us inline edits of names. Let's just do this real quick. Edit inline edits for names. Because I'm getting to the point where now it starts to get a bit sketchy if I'm just like absolutely destroying the code base. Having to redo some stuff becomes like a little bit hazy, so I'm going to be a little bit more careful with my commits. Okay, we have this. Now what I want to do is add in like a checkbox or something. Which I really don't like this setup for, because then we have to do, well, I mean, I guess it's not a big deal to have an individual form for each action, because especially for the checkbox, this is going to change. So we're going to go over to like one of those toggles like we had in the other app. So maybe we leave it like this. So we're going to say, we're going to say inline active toggle form.html.erb. Kind of a mouthful, but whatever. And then I'm going to grab something out of the name form. I'm just going to copy the whole thing, but we're not going to use this. I'm going to say link active toggle. We don't need this. We don't need a cancel button or a update button, I think. Because this is probably going to be a little, well, I guess let me leave the update button for now. It doesn't need to be hidden because I need to actually see this. But what I'd like to do is just have it like I click the checkbox and it just fires off. So we have turbo true, that's fine. Active toggle, this needs to not be this. This needs to be like a dot checkbox. Form check input. Let's see what that looks like. And then let's do a bin/dev. See what the actual application looks like when we add this. If we actually render this. So in our admin links, we have our delete button there. We have our visit link button. This also needs to have like a better class because this is still in bootstrap mode. So let's do that. Let's grab these just for right now. So we have something. But I don't want red, maybe like green. Green. Refresh. Okay, so that's fine. They're overlapping. I really don't care. And then I want to come into maybe here where we had the link actions and I want to render that form. Yeah, I want to do this. Refresh. There's our update. So, and that also means on our actual admin dashboard here, we don't want to do all of the stuff anymore like we have it. So if we come to our controllers, our admin controller, and our index, All of our links should be here, even if they aren't active. So let me do a test in a case. That should create an inactive link, which it does. If I click check and I click update, that now causes it to appear on the screen in the iframe. And if it's in the iframe, that means it's going to be here as well in the actual, on the actual page. So now all I have to do is figure out a way to make this happen without having to click update, because clicking update after you change the checkbox or toggle it is really cringe. And if I remember right, in our other project, we should have that set up in the Linktree demo. So if we come in here to app, I want to say JavaScript, controllers, submit on change maybe? Is this it? Oh, I'm going to get roasted alive for the stimulus code. This is terrible. Okay, let me look at this. New form data, and then we have to set it to the vnd.turbo-stream. I don't know if this is still something you have to do. We get a parser. If turbo stream. This feels like a lot to do what I want to do. So let me come into the views and let's see what we're actually doing for the links. So we come into the index page. We have the links form. We have the admin link. Let's come into the admin link. Where is it? Admin active toggle. Here we go. So we just do a form here, and then on change, we're calling this.form.requestSubmit. Okay. Well, I guess that's a lot easier than what I was thinking of doing. We do set it to format TurboStream though, so that's something to keep in mind. So I'm going to leave it over here while we look at this. So we come into wherever our active links are. We have our form with model, and then I guess in here we have data turbo true. We might need to do this format TurboStream, but I don't know if this is where we're running into like a difference between simple form and everything else. So I'm going to save this and just see if this goes kablooey or if it works. Okay. That gives us that. And then we don't need the update button. But what we need is on click or on change, we do this. So is this just going to be like, do we just do input HTML? Oops. Let's do this. No. Okay. Is this just regular HTML? No. Okay. So this is where I have to figure out, oops, I have to figure out how this differs. So let me click on one of these right here. HTML on change this dot blah, 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 blah. So let me look for a form with on change Rails. Let's see what the internet has to say about it. Of course, in typical Rails fashion, a lot of the results are from like 2009. Let's see. Let's do form with request submit. Hey, Gustavo, hope you're doing well. Form.request submit. So I'm actually looking specifically for Rails. How can I submit a form on input change with turbo streams? Okay. Use form.request submit, which is what I'm trying to do here. This.form.request submit. It's just data. No. Let's see. Yeah. There's a sentence that's worth 1,000,000 words right there. We should probably add documentation. Okay. I'd just like to see like here we go. Put your answer here. Data controller buttonless form. I just want like oh, here we go. HTML data controller. Oh, this is using stimulus. Okay, so I don't think this is what I'm looking for. All right, you know what? It's that time again. Everyone buckle up. We're going to go get some help from our AI overlords. Hey, Price, how are you? Thanks for watching the Rails content. It's comments like that make me keep making it, because sometimes I sit here and I'm like, I can't believe people listen to me. I have no idea what I'm doing. Let's see. Okay, how do or I guess what's wrong with this on change in the checkbox? I'd like to remotely submit this form when the active status changes. Blah, blah, blah. Oh, there's a minor mistake. You don't say. Is it? Oh, it's just on change. Okay. Well, I guess I shouldn't say that so definitively until I try it. Hey, it works. Okay, beautiful. Look at that. We don't even need all that other stuff. Let's get rid of the, get rid of this. Get rid of this too. We don't need the edit link controller. Like that. Yeah, look at that. It's beautiful. Oh, that's so cool. And then presumably, if you have someone looking at your profile while you're doing this, you can just toggle it in real time. And they don't even have to refresh, which is really cool. Oops, let me move this over here. Okay. And we'll do another get status. Yeah, so all of that took 2 file changes. I guess it took 1 file change and a new file, but same difference. Git commit -m, and we'll say added active toggle to preserve sanity, because that was getting really annoying having to go in there into the console each time and like manually change this. So I'm going to come into the README now and get rid of a couple of these to-dos because we've changed these. Has default sizing now. Create links should use turbo. Okay, so this was for creating links, not for editing links. So we still have to do this. Oh, there's no way to set links to active, so that's a problem. That's gone, and toggle active for links is gone. Okay, so let's handle creating links now, I guess, because the other ones are good to go. It's really funny when I think back to like what this looked like in the old app and the features it had. When I made it, to me, it seemed like it was a pretty good app for what it was. And now I'm looking at it, I'm like, oh man, sweet summer child. There's so much you could have done. But of course, this is like giving me so many hours to develop on it as opposed to what I normally have, because the streaming just naturally lets me sit here and, you know, toil away. Okay, so now I want to do this. Let's do that. Close this and close this and close this. So we come into our index page. Index page has the form somewhere, links form. Okay, when we create a link, we need to broadcast it. Now we should be listening to this stream on this page somewhere. Let's look for a stream from real quick, because I don't remember where I put this. So this is on the show page we're streaming from, but we also want this to go here, right? Or I guess this is gonna be here? All the other changes, I guess, happen without it. So maybe we do need to stream on this page as well. Can we do this in 2 locations? Let's see. I'm going to come in here. I'll put it above the form just so it's a bit easier to tell where it's coming from. Say profile links, user ID. Say current user.id. Refresh. And then in our link, oops, that's I don't want to print, link.rb. In here, instead of doing a after update create or after update commit, we want to broadcast new links to the profile link stream. I think. So say after create commit, do. And then in here, we want to broadcast, I guess broadcast append to the profile links, user ID. We want the target to be the links container. That makes sense. The partial is going to have to be another admin link, I guess. Oh, wait, no, hold on. We need a specific channel for the admin page, I think. So this one won't go over here. I left a comment on the last video about dev containers. Have you used it? Seems to be a simpler solution to create an environment with Ruby on Rails and Postgres. Yeah, so I haven't personally used dev containers yet. However, you're incredibly ahead of your time, because the Rails 8 milestone list, we were looking at this, I think, last week, and there's actually something in here about... I'm pretty sure there's something in here right here, generate dev container files by default. So whenever Rails 8 releases, they're planning on adding dev containers into the Rails projects. So when you launch a new, or when you create a new Rails project, they're going to include a dev container the same way they have a Docker file now. They're also going to include like Kamal configurations out of the box. So you're going to hopefully, at the very least, have like a template of a dev container, and then you'll just end up using that. At least that's my understanding of what they're saying here. And for this, they're using whatever containers. I personally need to look at it to figure out how they work. I know that like the Docker stuff, like if I come into Docker, there's a dev environments. I don't know if this is like what they're talking about. I'm assuming it's a similar type thing where you can just like create a new environment based on a file. But yeah, I need to personally look at it so I know what I'm talking about, or at least I know more what I'm talking about. I never really know what I'm talking about. Mostly it's just me improving in the weirdest way imaginable. Admin links. I'm gonna do this. I was summoned. I heard someone mention Docker. Yeah. So they're planning on adding, well, I guess, okay, so they've added Docker support to Rails. Now, well, I shouldn't say Docker support. They add a Docker file out of the box when you create a new Rails project. So this right here is everything you need for like deploying a Rails app into production. It handles everything. assuming you go with the default setup, which most people won't. So there's a caveat there. But now they're planning on adding like a dev container Docker file, I think, which will then let you install your dependencies for development into a container so that you don't have to have all that stuff on your computer. Because like right now, my other Ubuntu WSL instance has, I think it's taking up like 200 gigs of storage because I just have all these dependencies installed on there, which is really frustrating. So I'm hoping that when they do this, like somehow that leads me down a path of not wasting all of my space all the time. Okay, let's come over here. Yeah, this one. I'm really happy that they're going down this route though, because having all of this, it's a lot of stuff that like you've traditionally had to set up yourself, and like everyone has to set it up. So why not just include it for everyone? Yeah, my WSL is all for dev stuff normally, dev and system admin. Yeah, same. So it ends up just being like this. It just bloats as you install more and more stuff on it. And because it's like just kind of hidden from you, you don't really look for it because I don't know, it's just a server. You don't really think about it until one day you like go to look for your storage space and you're like, wait, why is my 1 terabyte SSD completely full? And you go look at what you can uninstall and you just see this big fat 250 gigabyte distribution sitting there and you're like, oh God, what have I done? Okay, I need to change this. Where is it? This one. Admin links. Okay, so now this won't send the ability to toggle this to the front end, I think. But that might mean broadcasting this again to here, but we'll see. So test, let me delete this actually. Okay, test and case. And then we have to come into links controller. And instead of doing this, how we have it set up, we're actually going to get rid of this. Right? Just leave it like that. Test and case. Okay, undefined local variable. Oh, I didn't finish. Partial. Admin / links. No. Links / admin links, I think. Links / admin link. And we need to pass in there's already a container image with Ruby on Rails and Postgres. I tested it today and actually compared to my setup in WSL, it is much easier. Gotcha. Do you have like a URL for that or something that I could check out, or like a GitHub repo? Because I've wanted to look at like dev containers. I just haven't had the time to set something up. So if there's like already a template out there that has something, that'd be great. Because another thing that I'm running into is it's really annoying having all of my Rails projects. Like if I open up my Rails projects that I've used historically, which you usually don't see in the videos because I'm specifically in that directory to hide this. All of these share similar databases, which makes it really frustrating if you ever have to go back in and like play with one of these projects. I have to like blow away the database, create a new one, because they're all just running under my default Postgres database. It's like they're just video projects. So like I make them one day and then I just forget about them. But sometimes people ask questions about like an old project. And then when I go to set it up, it's like another 10-minute process of making sure everything works. So that's another area where it'd be nice to have something like that. You just like mount it and then you set the volume in like your project directory or something. Praise be to Docker Compose stack. Yeah, seriously though. Even when I was setting up the Docker Compose for a couple of videos, I was so frustrated, but I knew the payoff would be worth it. And then when I went to use like Kamal the other day, the entire time internally, I'm thinking like I should just be using Docker Compose, but like that would defeat the purpose of me trying to figure out how to use it for the video. But on the inside, I'm like, this would already be done. I've already done this work. I could just go grab my Docker Compose file. I'd save myself so much time. Can't work without Docker Compose. Yeah. Hate installing software. Well, I mean, I feel like you're just saying that because you personally haven't tried Kamal yet. You know, you got to give it a chance. Once you go try Kamal, I'm sure it'll grow on you and you'll never want to use Docker Compose again. Hey, Andrew, how's it going? I'm not trying. I'm shocked. Considering the glowing review that you saw last week when I was trying to get it working. Okay. This is not the right project. We got to go into this one. This is the old Linktree. Okay. So we're trying to create links, right? So let's delete this one. And then let's try to do this again. Create link. And now it's trying to do this cancel stuff, which I guess we need to cancel and nil. Where is this? Inline name form. This one, which means it's going to be a problem in both because my lazy decided to replicate code right here. So does this, I think this should be fine, right? Let's see. See if it's upset about the inline name or inline URL. Okay, so I think it's okay with this. It's a little weird, but whatever. Save this. Do a little bit of hacking off camera. Click create. No template found for links create. It is streaming it though. So let me try. Oh, I don't want to try that right now. Let's see. Admin links. This is the right channel, right? Index. Admin links and then user ID. User ID. Target is the links container, which we have somewhere, hopefully. Target is links, not links container. I bet that's what's wrong. Let's come into here to the admin link real quick. Or no, the admin link won't have it. So yeah, I don't know what I'm thinking here. Links. Refresh. Test case. Create link. Same thing. Still upset. Let me move the terminal down so I can actually read this. Okay. Creates it, comes down here, broadcasting to admin links 2, which I'm assuming is John's ID. Appending to the links container. Oh, it would help if I fix the right one. Dude, it's not even programming problems at this point. It's just like basic reading comprehension that's got me going. Create link. There we go. Okay, so now that's working. And now if I click this checkbox, we can enable it. All of that without needing to refresh anything. Now the question is, am I doing this to the page over here as well? So let's delete this. Test case. Oh wait, let me refresh this. Also, I'm realizing now that deleting the link doesn't cause it to disappear. So we also have to deal with that. So let's create link. That creates it over here. It doesn't create it over here. So now, I guess we broadcast a second time. That's kind of ugly, but whatever. Profile links. So we just really want to do this again, right? Profile links. Target is the links container. Links admin link. Download the VS Code extension. Create a new folder and use the command dev container, new dev container, and search for Ruby, and that was it. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Okay, so there's a dev container VS Code extension. We're going to go look for that real quick. What am I doing? Dev container, which apparently I already have installed. So at some point, I must have gone about trying to set this up, and then I probably got distracted and walked away, or I got stuck. Okay, so install the extension, create a new folder, and use the command dev container. Okay. All right, so then there's almost definitely going to be a video about that in a couple days then. Because that's one I'm really excited to get up and running. Again, the more things that I can make so that like a new developer just has to do nothing to get started so that we can corrupt more minds, the better. Okay, but this links admin link. But I don't want to append the admin link here, do I? I want to append, or I could do this. I could do this broadcast replace to again. Let's do def replace all links. I'm still getting used to the auto closing end tag. It's so nice, but I'm so used to being like annoyed by that my brain is already autopiloting. Okay, so we'll do this and then we'll replace all links. And then for the update, we can also replace all links. And then hopefully soon we can get to a point where I can stop saying links every 5 seconds. Okay, so I'm going to create this. Nothing changed. Fantastic. Because this is a replace to. We create it. We should have it then in the owns. We then go to the profile links for the user. Because active isn't true. So really, I didn't need to do any of this because it's not going to be active as soon as we create it. Okay, fantastic. But I might as well clean this up a bit. So we'll just say broadcast, I don't know, new or broadcast, create link, something like that. Broadcast, create link, we'll paste that in there. We can probably do this, right? I know the buttons. Like that. Get rid of these comments because we don't need them now that GitHub Copilot has done the generating for us. And we'll move the create above the update so it's alphabetical. Okay, and then we should be good to go. So this isn't active. It is now. We can delete this. Test and case, create it. Gets created, doesn't get shown, but then it does when we do that. Okay. Oh, interesting though. Oh, okay, one other thing to test for the sake of my own sanity. Or I guess what's left of it. Let's be honest, there's not much. Okay, I refresh this, and now I'm going to create this, toggle it active, and that does cause it to show. Okay. So yeah, I think we're good then. We can come into the README. We can get rid of that to do creating links should use turbo because page reloads are cringe. And then we can do a git add dot, git commit dash m. Creating links uses turbo now. Hog. And we can git push. Okay. Still need to clean this up. I'm going to spin up a DigitalOcean container. Let me move this over real quick because I want to deploy this again. I took it down the other day after the stream was over, but I think it makes sense to just keep it up for now while we work on it. So let's do this. I'll move this over. Full screen it. So this is how you use Kamal if you're not familiar. We're going to go through an entire Kamal crash course now, and it's going to work first try. I was waiting for that. Okay, we're gonna go to New York, Ubuntu. For anyone in YouTube chat, the reaction was not one of joy over on Twitch. We're gonna go with 2204. Why not? We're gonna go to regular and $6 because I'm cheap. We're gonna go with let me add SSH key real quick. Okay, we'll do that. And then we'll just, I just went with that one. We need to do a, what am I going to call this? I don't know, like Linktree demo. Or wait, is it hyphens or is it underscores that I'm allowed to do? I can never remember. Okay, so that works. And then we need to come over to Cloudflare because we want a SSL setup, which because I've set this up in the past is really easy to do. You just come over to DNS, you change your IP address, and then you come into your SSL, change this to full under your encryption mode, go to Edge certificates, and you want it to be always use HTTPS, and I think automatic HTTPS rewrites, and that's it. Well, I guess one other thing, make sure you're proxied here and not that you're like set to whatever the not proxy version is. Okay, so then we copy the IP, we put it in here, in wherever it just went. Where did I just go? Oh, we put it in here under content. And then because we want www to work, we also create the CNAME for it, obviously. So that's it for Cloudflare. That's now set up. We can close that and we can copy this IP. And then we just come over here into our Kamal file, which is in config and deploy.rb, and then we replace this. And then I just need to check real fast to make sure that the env file has the right keys in it, which I think it does. I don't remember if my Docker Hub key still exists. It should. So we'll just try this. So we set our host to this IP. Oh, this is different. This needs to be Linktree demo. We set our service name to whatever our domain name is. You can probably set it to whatever you want to. I have it set to our domain name. We change the image to be whatever we want to call the image. We change the IP. We set it to have the name of the service _secure for all three of these. We make one the entry points web secure. Another one has a host rule, sets it to our domain name. Last one says TLS is true. We then set in our Docker Hub registry information. If you're using something other than Docker Hub, you can obviously change this. And then this is just coming from our env file, which by default, Kamal will do it when you do a Kamal init. And if you can't use Kamal init, just gem install Kamal like that. And then you can Kamal init. That'll give you an env file. It's really easy to set up. There's 2 environment variables. You just replace the text in there with whatever you need. We grab our master key from our master.key. We set up Trafic, which is our reverse proxy. This just tells it to use port 443, which is the one you use for when you're doing like HTTPS. And then for our volumes, we just want our database to persist. So like every time we push an update, if we don't have this, let's say we just comment this out or whatever. Every time we push an update, the database will get deleted and it'll get recreated. If we use the volume, it'll exist on the server outside of Docker. So when we delete the Docker container and set up a new one, that Docker container SQLite can then go back to this volume, grab the data, and it's like it wasn't deleted, even though it kind of was. And yeah, it's like 35 lines. It works straight out of the box every single time. Never fails for 6 hours, 8 hours at a time. I guess it was 8 hours. Yeah. Now, to be fair, it probably failed because of me, but it wasn't the best look when it didn't work for 6 hours straight because of what I can only assume was like a cosmic ray flipping a bit on my computer. Okay, so we have all that. Let's now do a Kamal setup. And then hopefully like the Docker Hub stuff is working. This is going to go to the server. It's going to check if it has Docker. That's going to fail because it doesn't have Docker because we just spun up an empty container. It'll install Docker and then it'll go through like 15 minutes of setup. So this is going to be running for a while. So I'm just going to go ahead and open up another window. What is it? Alt Shift plus. And then I'm going to cd into /code/streams. And then cd into Linktree Tailwind. There we go. Okay. And then I want to come over here to one of these other tabs real quick. Not that one. Which one was it? This one. Okay. And then I want to come in here maybe. There it is. Okay, so now you should be able to just search up Tailwind Fold Rails and install that, and that should allow you to hide your Tailwind classes even in ERB. So you can see right here in like our link to, we have this class, and then if you don't want to see it, you can just hide it. And then I'll see if we want to like PR this in or whatever the original author of Tailwind Fold wants. Because all this really is just a quick fix for ERB files for now. But if you're interested, yeah, it looks like it's up. So I'm actually going to go into my extensions, and I guess I'll try it and see if it blows everything up. Go ahead and uninstall this one, uninstall this one. I'm going to reload. The beautiful thing is the people on YouTube can't hear you scream. So even as you say, don't believe them, Kamal always fails. They'll never know. They'll never know. All right. Tailwind fold Rails. This one. Just install that and then see if that works. Yeah, there we go. Look at that. Beautiful. Okay. One fewer thing to give me headaches. Hopefully. Okay. And I'm going to close some of these things. No, no, you're not allowed to go over there. Don't believe the non-believer. This is totally going to work. This isn't a pre-recorded video. Oh, geez. Keep that up, and I have someone asking for a shoe on head in a minute here. Okay, is this all good? Yeah. Oh no, I'm never going to hear the end of this. What's wrong? Failed to push. Okay, I'm assuming maybe I have to go remake my Docker Hub key. Right? Hub security settings? No. Oh my God. Let me see. First one of the night. All right, no, the key, the access token definitely still exists, so I don't know what's going on. Hold on. Let me delete this. Let me delete this. Let me come over here. Come into my env file. All right. Registry password. Let me create a new token over here. Why is this my life? Copy. Paste. Let me make sure the master key is working too. Okay. Close this. Come over here. And we get to go through it all over again. Yay. Oh, you know what? I'm willing to bet that when I did the Godot video, I probably deleted and recreated the key because I didn't have the key. I wonder if that's where the problem's coming from. There's your second one of the night. Unexpected status. Okay. I saved this, right? This is in Linktree Tailwind. This is in Linktree Tailwind. Dude, literally the only thing I have to do is copy a personal access token, and it's still too much for me. It's got read, write, and delete permissions. New token. Generate. Copy. Paste. Save. Close. Okay. That should be working, right? You should be good to deploy now. You should stop complaining. Okay. Kamal env push. Let's try that. Kamal setup. We're on like attempt 4 of the night now. This does not bode well. The magic of video editing where everything works first try. Oh wait, I think we're good now. I think it was not. Well, hold on. Okay. It wasn't working because I didn't push up the changes to the env, but I'm pretty sure if it steps through everything else, shouldn't it also do this a second time? Because I thought that was a step in the setup, right? Connects to the server, installs Docker, does everything else. Logs into the registry. Builds the image using the standard Docker file in the root of the application. Pushes the image to the registry. Pulls the image, pushes the env files to the server. So why did I have to... Why does it need the environment variables pushed to it to build the Docker container on the local machine? Shouldn't it do that a second time? Is that it? Is it done? Let's see. dnout.com. Hey, look at that. There you go. They are stealing your data, I guess. Oh wait, isn't there? No, that's a different one. Dean@example.com. Oh, I have to register. What am I doing? Okay. And then I'll just put some links in here, I guess. Great. Link, and something went wrong. Okay. What? Okay, so something production side is not happy with the turbo stuff, I'm assuming. Already broken, yeah. Let me see. Let me come into the config database. I'm willing to bet it's something to do with whatever adapter it's using for the broadcasting isn't set up with Kamal. It's just set up locally. Okay. Just have to figure out where that's coming from, maybe. Development. Where are you? I wonder what the difference is between these two. Enable reloading. Consider all requests local. File storage service is local, makes sense. Logger, don't care. Log level, doesn't matter. Okay, is there I mean, there is a way. But I don't remember where I saw it to get into the log files. Let's see. Time to go exploring. Credentials, don't care. Didn't ask. Deploy, environment. Oh, gross, import maps. Let's just Google it. Let's say turbo doesn't work production Rails. Let's see what the people have to say. A bug with a stimulus controller. You know, I somehow doubt that's what it is, but okay. Oh, there's shad CDN stuff still. So that's definitely worth looking at least to get rid excuse me, to get rid of it. Nothing there. Oh wait, let me empty cache. Okay, so yeah, this is coming from somewhere. Import shad CDN from Tailwind. Assets, style sheets. Tailwind? Okay, I don't think that's breaking anything. And then also I learned about this command, which is redeploy. Hopefully that goes a little bit faster. But I'm pretty sure this is going to be just like a turbo specific issue. So let me come over here and go back. Oops. Turbo install Redis. Did this, imported it, has that, did that. My favorite part, or one of my favorite parts about trying to debug stuff with Rails these days is if you see a Stack Overflow link, there's like a 90% chance. If it's like a newer question, there's no answers because there's just no activity from Stack Overflow for Rails related stuff. You'd almost always just skip those links if they see like 2023 or later. Well, I guess I can't really do anything until this finishes, so we'll give it a minute and then we'll see. But there's a good chance I'm gonna have to look for the accessories block, set up Redis, and then maybe set it up locally as well. I don't know. I think if we come in here and we go over to configuration, and then we look for here, something like that. But that's going to depend on how committed I am to getting production working right now. Oh, also, for anyone that hasn't seen, this was really funny to me. I have to find the actual, there it is. This happened yesterday. DHH talking about using WSL VS Code and how it's actually pretty good. This might be the funniest thing I've ever seen. I felt so vindicated. Like, I want to go back to the thousands of comments I've had from people that are like, just go use Linux forehead in the comment section and be like, DHH has seen the light. Why can't you? Posted a whole blog post on it. And then like his ultimate conclusion was, it's nice. I probably won't move from a Mac, but that's mostly just because like I'm comfortable with my development environment. But oh my God. Instantly I was like, I've received ammunition for the next time I get one of those comments from someone that's like, why are you teaching the kiddies to use the bad stuff? So because it works. It's good enough. Thing a lot of these people don't understand, not everything works on Linux. Yeah, and that's like even what he said in his blog post was like, if you want to actually do some gaming and do development, you need Windows. It was such a like grounded thing to say. I felt it was like a wave of relief. Like, that's what I've been saying. Thank you. Okay, yeah, so content missing is still here. So now what I need to figure out is how I can get in here to figure the response did not contain the expected turbo frame, which makes sense if it's not sending anything. This thing's still trying to find the shad CDN, so. And this is doing something else. But if I do this, so maybe what I have to do is look for Kamal execute command in container. How do I do this? Oh wait, I think, is that where I found it last time? Did I just come in here to here? No. I saw this somewhere because I ran a command in my container before. Run command on all servers. There we go. Kamal app exec like that. Okay, so what I want to do then is Kamal app exec cat logs. What is it? Or logs slash production dot log. Is that going to work? Usage app exec. Oh. Do I have to like... wait, is Kamal, it's not ringing any bells for me. Okay, so like a year ago, Rails announced MRSK, M-R-S-K, as like a deploy to bare metal tool that they were working on. Let me come over here. And then that got renamed for whatever reasons. I think MRSK was already taken, and they went with Kamal instead. And what this effectively is just like a Capistrano on Rails, no pun intended, where instead of having to configure the server and then having your deploys automated, you're now doing everything with your deploy. So as long as you have like the IP address, you can then configure the server. Then that sets up Docker. Then that Docker container gets configured with your Docker file and everything else. Because they were moving off the cloud, because I guess Basecamp got charged like they were getting charged like multi-millions of dollars for their cloud hosting. They thought it'd be cheaper to move to like their own solution. And then they got hit with like an egress fee, which is like they wanted to leave AWS or whoever, and then they got slapped with like another 400,000 just for getting their data off the service, which is hilarious. That's like so outrageously expensive. I don't even know where to begin. But I think a lot of that spurred on this whole like deploy to any server with ease type of mentality. And yeah, they like mention it on the website, but if you want to check it out, it's basically just like the brainchild of MRSK, which was get me off the cloud server hosting. Yep, it costs you a fortune per megabyte to export from S3. Yeah, and that's the crazy part. Like you hear they tried to pull their data. Like I don't know how much data it would have to be for me to say $400,000 seems appropriate. Like that is crazy. I that's a lot of data before I'm going. That's a reasonable amount of money. I don't know what they're thinking. But then again, like, what are you gonna do? Who's the competition? There's although I guess like Google Cloud just got rid of their egress fees, but then it's Google Cloud. Like who uses Google Cloud? Multiple terabytes, no doubt. Yeah, I'm sure it was a lot, but like that's still, when you compare it to how much you're paying to serve that type of data, it's still just like a download request, I'm assuming. Like there can't be that much more there. Like you're just throwing in, I don't know, zip file or something, as opposed to like all the tens of millions of users they're probably serving and they're all downloading stuff. Like I can't imagine it's more than that. If you're in Postgres, you can set a logical replication and pay 9 cents per gigabyte. It's less expensive. Gotcha. Oh, shad CDN right here. Let's get rid of this because this also does need to be here. Okay. Wait, did this work? Kamal exec. Log slash production.log. Oh, wait, I have to put the cat inside the bag. Huh. Like that? Okay, getting most recent version. Command failed. Nothing written. No such file or directory. Is that not what the production log would be called? Log slash... Oh, wait, let me think. Oh, that should work because that's in the... Oh, wait, no, I'd be executing this on the server, right? So this is a server command. And the app is running in a... So I'd have to use a... Okay, I'm not going to do this, but you would have to do a Kamal exec command, which then has a Docker command to go into the logs. That's a little bit more work than I'm willing to do right now. So instead, let me figure out what's going on. I close this, and I'm also going to close ChatGPT because we haven't used that in like over an hour. Rails 7 production turbo content missing. Let's see. Production deploy. So that's probably just a development bug for that person. Let's see. Rails 7 Redis. Would have assumed that the exec command wraps around the Docker exec command. That's what I thought, but it looks like it doesn't. So let me actually try this. Let me run this command, and instead of doing cat whatever, let me just do like touch text.txt. Okay, and then we'll see if that works. It doesn't. Touch cannot touch text.txt, permission denied. Can I run like a LL? LL not found. And do you guys got anything for me? Can you pwd /rails? Okay, so then let me SSH root at this IP. And then let's check. I'm going to close the side window over here. Let me CD, or let me check where this is. Well, it's definitely going somewhere. So the /rails, is that... I mean, it's one of these two. Okay. Let me think. I swear I saw a Kamal accessory for Redis. Let's see. Config deploy.yaml. It's the Docker container /rails and not in the server. Okay, so then that is in there. Makes sense. If that's what's in there, then do we do cat rails /log /production.log? Okay. Whatever. I'm gonna keep going down this route. Accessories Redis. Because this is something else that I've been meaning to take a look at, so we'll just, I guess, take a look. Now, can I set this to have the same host as everything else? Maybe /rails/. Nope. Yeah, I don't know. Well, I guess I didn't try /Rails. I just tried Rails. But I guess because the thing... I don't know. We could try that. Let's see. What am I doing? Let's try this. Nothing written. Rails not found. Okay, so then let's try a dir. Dir log. Okay. Ooh, that's a good one. Try that. Can we do like a -I for Kamal exec? Oh, my word. You're a genius. So yeah, there's no log file here. Why isn't there a log file here? So this is... Maybe? It's whatever Rails is by default. Logger? See how tap. I guess. Oops, I just went away from it. So maybe I come in here to... let me do this. Logged std out by default. So if we do this, and then I want to exit out of here, and we'll do a Kamal redeploy. Oh, we just got to give it a minute again. Okay. Let me close that. All right. I'm assuming this is done for some Kamal or Docker reason, maybe. I don't know. It's just a strange decision, but whatever. Ultimately, I'm pretty sure I know where the story's going. It's going to be maybe Kamal fault. I mean, it could be. Always is Kamal's fault. Yeah, you're not wrong. All right. Oops. I wanted to do Kamal Redis accessory. Maybe. Or wait, no. There's Kamal Redis. Pretty sure there's a YouTube video by Sam. Yeah, he does Kamal or he does Postgres and Redis. Let me come in here. Let me mute this. Let me come into. Oh, there's no source code. All right, let's fast forward a bit. Okay, so he adds Sidekick. That's fine. Don't need Sidekick. Oh, there we go. Okay. I can copy that. So accessories, Redis 7-2 gives it an image of 7-2, gives it a host of 1004, like this. Host, colon, space, like that. A port, he doesn't have a command, doesn't look like. Port is this one. And then we have Redis underscore data :/data, like that. Then we probably don't need, well, I mean, I know we don't need the Postgres stuff right now. He's got stuff down here too for the environments. Oh boy, this feels like a rabbit hole. I guess the good news is I already got all the stuff I wanted to get done today, done. So the rabbit hole really doesn't hurt too much. Delete this. Wait, what? Oh wait, delete probably still does a refresh. I was about to say. Okay, so now let me come in here. And then let me cd into log. And now we have a production log. That's such a helpful log right there. All right, what else is wrong? Debug. Redeploy. Yep. It's okay. I've got time today. We're not going till 6 a.m. Thank God. Deploy processes. Yeah, and this is like a redeploy too, which I have to assume means that just about everything is cached. I think. At least when I hear redeploy, I'm thinking like I've already deployed, so just do the changes, but maybe deploy is faster than this. Let me check it. What? Well, I guess I'll wait until this is done. But maybe I check the time between this and like a regular change or a regular deploy to see which is faster. But the fastest I've seen it so far is like 3 minutes, which is leaving a lot to be desired right about now. I guess I could go check like the Kamal docs. And maybe we could see what they have to say. Looks like it's rebuilding it every time, and that just blows my mind. Yeah, that's what's so weird to me. Like I would expect it to just be like when I make a change with a Docker container and I rebuild it, and it takes no time because everything's just cached. I will also never stop being amazed by how all these docs for the new stuff end up just being work to go through. Kamal redeploy. Redeploy. Okay, so there's just nothing here. Kamal site repository. Add a full example deployments to docs. Number 43. Create guide section. November 21st. Okay. That's about what I expected. Never gets old. That's why I really want that tool we were talking about earlier that I saw on Twitter to come out. The build your own Kamal GUI. Make it similar to Rails bytes for templates, but do it for like Kamal where, yeah, so that was 188. So I haven't seen it below like a 3-minute timer. So I don't know if there's a difference. Okay. Create link, that breaks, pop in here, cd into log, cat production log. Some people say this actually works. Railway app. I have heard a lot of people talk about Railway. They also have a search bar for their documentation, so I'm not surprised that this stuff actually works. I don't know if this might just be like, maybe this is how you can point to Rails and say that it needs improvement because search bars are so hard that none of the Rails docs have search bars. Like maybe that means we need to be making stuff like search bars easier to make. Don't know, but it's not encouraging. Okay. What do they got? I like. No. Ruby-V. Rails-V. So there's no Rails here because we need the Docker. So let me. What's the Docker command execute or Docker command open Rails console? I don't think this is what I'm looking for, right? I don't know what they named the image though. Docker PS. Docker not found. Where am I right now? I don't have access to Rails. Even a CLI with a step-by-step guide would be better than the current. Yeah, I mean, the current documentation, again, this is one of my biggest pet peeves with any of the new tools that get released with Rails. I mean, let's put them up side by side. I'll pick on both. I don't really care. Because I went to this earlier again, and I was just... It really blows my mind. Like, this looks... I mean, it looks like something. I don't know what, but... Like, it's not... I don't know. When I need to solve a problem and I come here, it feels like work. It doesn't feel like this is where I go to solve my problem. This is where I'm like desperately searching for my problem. I don't know. I'm hoping that the Rails 8 doc rewrite encompasses all of the extra tools we're getting. Because this is... Every time I have to do anything, it's just, let me go dig through basically Google until I find the page on here that has the stuff I'm looking for. And then all of these examples also, there's not a single like Rails ERB tag in here. Because they're trying to make it accessible for everyone, but then like the only people using it are Rails devs and like 3 other developers. People are ranting pretty hard about this turbo lacking of documentation. Yeah, I mean, like a lot of it is just, I find stuff on like a Ruby forum where someone says this doesn't work and then someone else goes, oh, the way you're actually supposed to do it is like this because I worked on it, I know this. And I'm like, okay, but like how do we get it from you, person who knows this because you made it, to everyone else? Like there's clearly a disconnect there. That's how I learned about like the turbo stream files. Seems more like they're trying to sell you Hotwire, not teach you something. Yeah, exactly. It's really weird. I don't know. It's really hard to find out how to defend it when I try to, because I like to say maybe it's just me, maybe I'm misunderstanding what it's for, but there's something there. Is reading source code as documentation. Yeah, I mean, the fact that I had to go into like the Kamal gem to figure out what was wrong with my deployment issue the other day was not great user experience. But I don't know. What are you going to do? So I think we're going to, let's go through here. Let's continue to follow Sam's lead here. Hopefully he has a working implementation for this. Okay, so I'm not doing the Postgres stuff. I'm just keeping the Redis stuff. 1004, same ports. So he's actually set, okay, so this is probably an internal IP. So he's actually setting this up. So this isn't actually running it. So I would then have to set up and run Redis here, which I don't want to do. I don't want to have to spin up a whole extra thing to make this work. So is there a way to just use like the, whatever we use in development is like the loopback or something? Rails, Turbo, Redis, development. Be nicer if it was on by default during Turbo install if Redis is detected on the system. This is a new install. I haven't installed Redis yet. So it's not using it. So I don't know why production's trying to use something that doesn't exist. Redis image, Redis container, Redis networks. We'll figure it out. Let's switch the log back because that wasn't helpful anyways. Yeah, okay. What about database? SQLite, SQLite, SQLite. Not that. Storage. Other shed CDN fragment. Dude, that uninstaller. It did not uninstall properly. Okay, okay, let's try this. Let's move this over here. Let's full screen this. Code is not reloaded between requests. That's fine. Eager load. So it's most of Rails in your application in memory, allowing threaded web servers and those relying on copyright to perform better. Okay. Enable server timing. These comments could also use some work because I don't know how helpful enable server timing is when it's literally just config.set server timing. Like I don't think this comment needs to, it either doesn't need to be here or it could at least tell me what server timing is. Enable disable caching. Perform caching is true. Assets compile is false. That's fine. Storage service is local. Deprecation, deprecation, deprecation. Nobody cares. Okay, so there's really nothing there. There's really nothing here either. At least there's nothing that's like jumping out to me at reason for this not working. Oops. Let's see. And it's only with the turbo too. That's so weird. Worker timeout. There's got to be something in here that's not doing what it needs to whenever we run in production. Let's see. Test temp vendor, nothing there. Is there something in here? So I guess the fact that we're going into a Docker container changes, right? Production, deployment. Is there, oh, which, yeah, so none of that's installed here. Let me try this actually. I do this and come over to localhost port 3000. Socket. Refresh, and let's toggle this. So it's using action cable. So let's see, is there like a app channels connection? Really nothing there. JavaScript. Okay. Yeah, I don't think that's going to help at all. It just says transmitting. It doesn't say what's doing the transmitting either. Turbo stream action. Turbo stream actions in production. Give me something, please. Guide to custom turbo stream actions. Oh, I see. Okay. Turbo stream action deployed. Okay, edge guides. Is there like an edge guide on turbo? 7.1, sure. Covers the basics of working with turbo and Rails. Turbo. Turbo frames. Turbo streams. Let me look for a turbostream.erb file. Yeah, there's nothing here. And this just takes me back to this page. Where's the we use this adapter to make the broadcast happen documentation? Does that exist? Turbo Doesn't work in production. I don't know. Oh, here we go. After a deploy, my turbo streams stop working. It's not happening. Having the same problem here. Is this related to cable.yaml? Cable.yaml. There it is. Oh my God. Okay. All right. So this is looking for Redis. For right now, it's going to have to live with an async adapter. And then we're going to try this again. What a pain. Oh, another 3-minute deploy because reasons. Oh my God. Hopefully after this, we can at least play with the app when it's hosted. By the way, the count is 9. Yeah. With this, it's 10. We're hitting double digits. It's just so ridiculous. It's always the silliest things, too. Like, you do all of that work. We got all of that development done so quickly with, like, the real-time stuff and everything else. And that's even with me, like, fumbling about. There's still quite a bit of work. And then you get stuck with, like, all right, now let's put it up on the server. And then it's like, oh, actually, there's a config you didn't see. Why not try deploying to Railway just to see? Yeah, that might be an idea. Like, maybe we try that tomorrow. We just try deploying to Railway to see what the difference is. Because I've deployed to fly.io before. And like after I figured out how to actually use it, it was super easy to use. And like consistently worked. Haven't used Railway before. Yeah, well. That's how we learn though. So maybe we'll do that tomorrow. We'll just try to deploy something. Because I've had a bunch of people ask me to test out like the different platforms for deploying. But then we also still have to do like the next JS streams as well. That's still on the list. That'll be its own adventure. How do I do this? Let's come over here. Edit layout? No. This one. I'm going to be your only viewer after the next JS stream, probably. That one won't be too popular with the Rails crowd, I imagine. Let's do this. Like that. And then we can come over here. And we can also do the, well, we'll leave that. That should be fine. Okay. And then wherever my domain name is, there it is. At some point, I still have to come through here and clean up this dashboard because this dashboard looks gross. All right. Let's delete this. Test case create. Okay, that's so much better. All right. So now it should actually be working. I wouldn't put in any like serious information just in case I'm like one of those people that tries to steal your passwords and stuff, but you can at least play with it if you want to. And then 5 minutes from now, tell me that it's completely broken. Okay. Test 2. Case 2. Nice. Let's take this and let's switch it to Twitter. And then we'll say this is whatever. Something like that. Update. And then we can click a new. Oh wait, does this change too? Okay, so the visit link needs to be updated when that gets updated. Let's see. Just for right now, just in case I forget, visit link needs to be updated when you edit the URL. Something like that. And then the rest of this should be fine. So let's do another one. YouTube, https youtube.com/Deanin, which gets put at the bottom. That's good. And then we can do, oh, but this, all right. What is this? The link form needs to be reset after creating a link, because we lost that now that we're not refreshing the page. And let's do Twitch. Twitch.tv/DeanOut. Create link. There we go. And then I'll enable both of these. That works. And then I can come into somewhere. Didn't we do this already? I thought we added the stuff to the users. Model user.rb has one attached content. Admin index. Oh wait, no, I'm dumb. Let's go over to appearance. We'll change the. We'll leave username. We'll change the name. I like breaking things. We'll update that. Okay, and then let's try choosing a different file. Not from here, but from videos. I think I have it. Yeah, right there. Make sure this still works. Okay. So let me turn down the volume so that we don't go nuts. Okay. So that's fine. And then let me switch it to a picture and make sure that works as well. Upload image. There we go. And then the only real problem here now is the fact that this is like off-centered and stuff, but not a big deal. And then also in the to-do README, we need to add in the, what do we have? We need to add in the ability to like copy links with a button. And this copy button needs to make a toast pop up. Because like the old one had the toast in the little lower left corner or whatever. Let's do this. Okay, so that's good. Yeah, I don't know how to fix how I feel about the horizontal scroll. And then at some point we do need to go back to the analytics as well. That's got to be re-implemented real quick. It should be faster this time just because I've recently done it, so a lot of it'll just be jumping through it real fast. Let's come into the nav bar because we have the appearance, we need the analytics to be good. So let's do that. Copy this. Let's paste this twice. Change this one to analytics, this one to settings. Get rid of these two. And this should be the analytics path. Analytics path, and then this one should be the settings path. Like that. Where is it? Not that one, this one. So if I run bin/dev and then I refresh, we should be good. Like that. And I need this one to go over to there. Okay. Alrighty. And let's click this. So that's working again. Come over here to analytics and to settings. I still don't know if settings is going to do anything. So that'll be a different story for a different day. Okay. Alrighty, so let's come in here and let's take a look at this. So we need to update the visit link when we click on something. So we'll go do that real quick so that this can happen in real time, which is our index page. In our index page, we have the admin links. Or I guess we have the form, right? And then when the form fires off, that updates the, like, we do the change that updates these two, but it doesn't update everything else. So where is the visit link in relation to everything else, I guess is the question. So if we come into the visit link, which is, I guess, our admin link. And here we should have the visit link button right here. So this isn't getting updated, but everything else is. So let's come into link.rb. We do the change that broadcasts a replace, which replaces the links partial. And this replaces the admin link partial. And this is the admin link. So why is it that when I guess that's for creating a link. Maybe we need to broadcast or replace when we update the link as well. Right now we're not, but this is still getting updated when we change this. So like if I change this to Twitter 2 and I click update, that's happening without a refresh because that's being broadcast to profile links 2 and to wherever else. But for some reason this, if I come in here and I change this to Twitter 2 and I click update, this link doesn't get updated, which it should. It's the link.url, but that's not what we're targeting here, is it? Admin link comes from the index.html page, I think. Admin link right here. So our links get updated for our admin links turbo stream. This is hurting my head. Admin links turbo stream. We target the links. We do this for a create, but we don't do this for an update. When we update, we replace all links only on the profiles page. So maybe this is where the issue is. Maybe we have to take this and we have to do this as well. User.links where active true, order position, blah, blah, blah. Maybe we have to like broadcast or replace to the admin links as well. Target links partial is, we would have to extract all of this into a links partial. Okay, whatever, we'll do that. We'll say render a partial. So go to links/admin links, right? And then locals will be whatever I just had, at links. Say links are at links. Okay, so we go into links, we create a new file, underscore admin underscore links.html.erb, paste this in, close our Control F and save this. Hopefully that makes everything move over. This is now just regular links because we're passing in at links, but converting it to regular links. And then we pass in our actual link each time we loop through it. Okay. And then that's good. So now we need to target this, specifically this ID in our model. So our target here is that ID with the links plural, because we don't want to get caught by that again. And then instead of doing link, we have to do these, which I'm going to just say is links right now. And then up here, I'm going to say links is equal to this. And then we can grab this and put it in here and pass it. Okay. And then let's refresh. And then we can do something. We'll take Twitter 2 and we'll turn it into Twitter 1. Because right now, if I hover over Twitter 2 in like the bottom left, you can't really see it, but it's like, where is it? Over here, right there, the little black text that says Twitter 2. So I'm going to change it to Twitter 1 and then hit enter. Okay, and now we're good. So now that's actually updating. So now if I click on this, this will actually take me to Twitter. And then if I edit this to Twitter 2 and I click visit link, that didn't work. Which means it's something with how I'm doing this. I'm replacing this. Okay, where is it? Okay, I see. I'm replacing the div with an ID of links. So this entire div right here is being replaced with this, which is getting rid of it, which is why it only works the first time. So what I actually want to do is grab this entire thing and I want to put this in here like this. I think this makes sense. I don't know if it does, but we'll see. So if I click on this right now, this should take me to the middle of nowhere, which it does. And then if I come in here and I change this, this should now take me to Twitter, which it does. And then if I change this again, this should take me to the middle of nowhere again, which it does. Because now we're replacing this entire thing right here, because this is our target. We're replacing the target with whatever's in this file, which includes our target, which is a little weird, but I guess that works. And let me close twitter.com too, because we're not using that anymore. So let me switch this back. Okay. I didn't mean to do that. Then we'll just do the delete real quick as well, as long as we're here. Because the delete should work out of the box. If I click delete, we're good. And then I do test in case, we're still good, even if like we do something else here. But we don't want that to be a refresh because refreshes are cringe. Nobody wants to sit here and wait for pages to load. So let's come into our links controller. We have the destroy action right here, and we'll just comment this out. And then instead of doing that, we'll come into our link, and we'll say after destroy commit, we will replace all links again, which should do all of this, right? Oh boy. Guess the framework. Party kit / React, the one framework to rule them all. Real-time React server components. 0 API setup. 1 party per user or per shared session or even the whole world. Wire up your own reactive framework. Super fast local state. Optional SSR. A fork of Waku. Interesting. This is wait, what? Oh, I see. It's hold on.
Synchronized across all connected.
So that increments it. Okay, so maybe I was just seeing things. It just looked like one of them wasn't updating. We gotta get the action cable stuff to be more appealing. Okay, you know what? We're gonna do story time. Chess action cable. Speaking of action cable, this is what it can do in. Okay, this was 40 minutes. All right, it's not great. It's a little bit long, but if I can get a whole chess engine, this is what I expect. This is the new bar. Chess engine in 40 minutes, even if you import a lot of it. So if you can beat this, then I'll give you the real-time trophy. Oh, geez. That and the drawing app. Although I have to say, like right now, a lot of the action cable stuff feels like it's in a weird place where it's like, it almost like it got walked over when they were doing turbo, which is really weird. But okay, so is this now working without refreshing? If I do test in case, create, and then delete, looks like it. Test case create. Well, make it active. Interesting. Okay, we broke something again. Let me click delete. So that removes it from both. Test case, create link, make it active, refresh. So our checkbox is no longer working. How did that break? It's an after create, so if it does any sort of updating to the checkbox itself, it should be the new state of the checkbox, not the old state, right? Okay, wait. Admin links. We'll go into admin link. This better not take long to fix or I'm going to be mad. Active toggle. Come in here. Format TurboStream. It goes to the link path. Makes sense. This should just submit it. Is it not doing that? If I click this, it's streaming. So there's got to be some logic here that's going somewhere. Let me refresh. Clear everything. Okay, so then let's come into our link because clearly it's going somewhere. It's just not finishing from there. We do an after update, which replaces all links, which comes here, grabs all the links for the user where active is true, which at this point we are now after the commit, so this should no longer be active. Then we broadcast or replace to the profile links, which is over here. Which means this should be good. I wonder if this is a problem because, let me try this. Let me get rid of this and let me get rid of this because I have a feeling this might be the issue. It's not. Okay, never mind. Maybe I'm just full of it. Passing this user. This links user.links where active is true. Oh, I wonder if that's what the problem is. We're not broadcasting the replace for the link that's no longer active. My own logic caught up with me. All right. Let's think. So we get here in the happy path. Everything's active. It should then broadcast that status to over here. But if I do the toggle, that doesn't happen. Now my question is, if I come over here to another page, who is this? This is John. John. Come in here. Do this. Yeah, so it's not updating here either. Also not changing. Test 3. Still not. Okay, so I must have broke something while I was going through here. What did I break? It's got to be something. Oh, YouTube's not happy now. First Twitch, now YouTube. It's telling me there's not enough bits being transmitted to keep it going. Okay, let's see. Let's see. Profile links, broadcast. Okay, so let's look in the links and the admin links because I wonder if I'm running into a similar issue here. Admin links has the div inside of it. The actual profile / links is where this is located, so that's fine. This then renders the profile / link for each individual one, which is also fine. Create change. The update hasn't changed, which is also weird, but whatever. Oh, is YouTube going kaput again? Looks like it. Okay, let's see. Broadcast replace to. feel like this is clearly doing something. Processing as TurboStream. Let me do this. F11, we'll scroll up. Okay, started patch for links, makes sense. Goes to links controller update, makes sense. Does whatever it needs to. And starts a get for, okay, so maybe we do this. Maybe that's where we were going wrong earlier. Links controller. Because I think it's going to here. Like that. Dude, I broke something. Something broke pretty hard. Let me come back over to here. Oops. No, let me close that. Go to home. Twitch. That's funny because it actually works here. So I broke something since we did this that caused it to not work, which I have to imagine is maybe the delete stuff. Or no, it's the visit link stuff maybe. Oh, when in doubt. Click. Something should be going boom here if I'm clicking this. But it's not. Let me do this. You should be yelling at me. Why are you not? Huh. Decache and hard reload? What? Talking all that smack, and then here I am wasting my time with whatever this is. I mean, I guess I changed this since then. Nope. Hey, Morrow, how are we doing? Just struggling with some turbo stuff. I'm sorry if the YouTube view or YouTube player is having issues. It keeps telling me there's like it's an unhealthy stream, but then it says stream health is excellent. So I don't know what YouTube's problem is right now. But I guess I'm trying my best. That's what matters, right? Let's come in here. Is this? Wait. If I refresh, I do this. YouTube, Twitter. Okay, so yeah, this isn't even updating here. So something's really wrong. Grab this, drop it right here. That's fine. It says it's updated, but it's not broadcasting afterwards. Broadcast, replace all links. Let's get rid of this, maybe. Okay. Click. Yeah, so it's the after destroy that's doing something. Of all the things to break it, that's such a weird one. Clicking it twice removes it. Because this shouldn't be... I'm so confused right now. The after just is this firing? How often does this fire? Let's we'll use the scientific process of logging noise to the console. So that doesn't look like it's doing anything. So let's do this. Hit enter. Click on check mark. That was logged. Okay. Let's do this. Let's delete link from locations. or let's just say delete, broadcast delete link. And then we'll come in here and we'll do a delete link just to keep this happy. But then we do also, we do also have to figure out what's breaking the update. Because it works the first time. Is the video buffering, the low latency thing? No, it should be fine. Let me do this. Let me run a speed test real quick. Speedtest.net. Because it seems like YouTube's upset with me. And Twitch is upset with me, which is weird. Okay. Let's see. I mean, it says my upload speed is fine. Uploads like 50 megabits per second. So I don't know what the problem is. Okay, whatever. So we have this. Click this. It gets deleted, which means one of these two is doing that. I'm going to come in here and I'm going to comment this one out because I have a feeling that's probably it. Okay, so yeah, it's this change right here, which should be updating the admins, isn't happening. Hey, Goiner, how's it going? Hope you're doing well. Hopefully the stream quality is okay. It keeps telling me that the stream quality is in the gutter right now. I don't know why, but that seems to be what Twitch is doing today. And YouTube, I guess, to be fair. They're both upset. Let's see. So how do I do this where I can update the thing without it removing it? So the admin links has to be removing when mobile and it looks smooth. Okay, so yeah, maybe the dashboards are just playing up or acting up. Maybe the links or the admin links are like they're doing something. Div with an ID of links. Let me try this. Links.each do. We then render the partial. So this should be fine. We're doing a replace to the links. Replacing this with. So let's come in here and let's select one of these. Close the bottom one so I can actually see. Let's see, and then scroll in. So I want to select this, maybe, and see what this is. So this is in a row link, position 30. So I click this. Oh, is it not working now? Okay, that one, that's what's happening. Row link, and then this gets collapsed again down to here. It's not deleting it, but it's doing something. Both of them are replacing all of the links. The targets in both cases should be working. And it looks like the first one over here works as well. But then the second one, when I do the follow-up, it just says, no, actually, I don't want to do that anymore. It still gets removed over here. But there's nothing like being destroyed here. So this definitely isn't the problem. It's got to be... Broadcast replace to admin links. So that's right here. So this isn't getting removed. The form's not getting removed. Targets. Okay. Let me... It's gotta be like... This is so weird. I don't think I want to do like a broadcast update too, right? Because that would break it in other ways, but I guess I can try it. Click, click. Okay, so yeah, that still makes it disappear. And if I comment this out, that no longer happens, right? Let's do this. That, refresh, and this should just infinitely work. So here it's happening in real time. It's editing just fine. So somehow, like something here isn't, it's not, is it like broadcasting before? No, because this happens after update, right? Like this is, it literally, it's after update. Okay, what if we do this? What if we do a replace to, but instead we do a broadcast replace later to? Is that what it's called? Apparently not. Is it broadcast later to turbo? I swear it's something like this. Later. Broadcast later. So yeah, there's got to be some kind of broadcast later in here. So let's look for. Belongs to user. Later. Broadcast refresh later too. Oh wait, this is the main branch. So this is with all the new refresh stuff in 8, right? Okay, so then let's go back. That's not going to be helpful. Yeah, there's a broadcast append later too. So can we do like a broadcast update later too instead? Maybe the replace is what it doesn't like. Click. Nope. Unsupported argument type. Okay, so that's probably not, it's not worth the trouble. Let's come back to here. So is it deleting every time I click? Oh, I have to change this. Is it deleting every time I click twice, or is it only deleting on a specific case? Like, is it only deleting when I do a deselect, or is it deleting every time? So click and click, that deselects. So I'll refresh. I'll click it and then I'll refresh and then I'll deselect. Okay, so it's only when I'm deselecting, which makes sense because right here it's staring me in the face. It's this active true. So I don't want to do where active true to the admin links. The admin links should just be the user.links. Now if I click this, this works every time. Now that doesn't answer why doing the replace here in the delete was causing this to not work. That I still don't understand. So I'm going to leave this as delete link, and then I'm going to grab this and just give this a try. Oh, that also means I can get rid of this. Let me do this. Get rid of these links. Oops. Like this. Let's see. And we'll grab this. Just make sure that this isn't like firing twice with the delete for some reason. It's just a little weird. Okay. What's the difference between that and this? Why does using the same method cause it to break, but I can put the same code in both and it works? Okay, whatever. I'm assuming that's some kind of Rails magic that's happening there. So this is working now, and then if I come in here to like this case 2, this is still case 2. Get rid of this. It's case. Okay. So I think we fixed that. I mean, I could extract it maybe and then have both of these just call something else. But that seems so weird. Okay, whatever. We're going to try it. Def replace links. Oops, replace links. Paste this in. Tab this over. Tab all this over and all this over because my formatter doesn't want to work today. And do this. Does this work? Okay. But then I'm assuming if I do this, it'll break again. No? Hold on. What did I have wrong here then? It was replace all links, right? And I had... Hold on. Okay, so replace... Let's do this. Put the code back into replace all links. Like that. And then copy replace all links to delete. Refresh. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Def replace links. I've got to be missing something here. Tap this over and tap these over. Like that. And then we'll just grab this and we'll put it in both of these. At least clean it up a bit. Make sure that we do this. It did. What a strange bug. Okay, whatever. So that's working. Let's come into our README and let's make sure that I haven't done anything. Visit link needs to be working. That's fine. Link form needs to be reset after creating a link. Which means you would have, I mean, you could just like probably turbo stream the form again or something. Copy links with a button and copy like 4 times, or I guess 11, 12 times tonight. And every time it's managed to break something. It looks like both of them are complaining again. Oh, I guess I'm going to be doing some checking on my connection stuff to figure out what's causing this. Because I don't think I've seen either of these warnings in the past couple streams. So I wonder if I broke something else. Unlike my computer when I was setting up all the other stuff. Although I've noticed that like I think, is it the alerts that aren't firing? Yeah, the alert is like that follow didn't trigger the alerts. So I guess maybe Stream Elements is upset with me because I banned the bot and then unbanned it because I was trying to save everyone, and it's just it has decided that it doesn't want to help. Stream Elements. I guess we can do that while we wait for this to work, right? How's it going, Nara? I appreciate the follow. Adding to the Costa Rican audience. Feels like at this point that's half of my Twitch demographics. Okay, chatbot and settings. Connected as this. How to change Stream Elements bot name. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's so many, like the Costa Rican army continues to grow. Set up a custom bot name. Settings. Bot status. Okay, let's move this over here. Now you guys get to see the cringe behind the scenes stuff. Bot status. StreamBots element is currently active. Chat. Users in chat. Stream elements. Okay, so the bots in here, it's just the alerts still aren't working for some reason. Dude, I've watched like 6 tutorials on setting up these alerts and I still can't figure it out. At this point, I think streaming might officially be harder than software development. And that's saying a lot considering how much I struggle with the latter. Let me see. Because if I come over here to, what is it? Like the overlays? Overlays. And this is desktop, right? Yeah, I'm on the desktop. So that should be like this one, I think. And then I emulate something like a follower event. Grainer suggested your channel. We both work as Ruby on Rails. Let's go. I appreciate the word of mouth spreading. See, that works. I can't believe someone actually suggested this channel. It's been like a full 5 hours of me just making a mess and a mockery of everything Ruby on Rails. Oh, geez. So yeah, that's connected to the stream somehow, but it's not. Whatever I'm doing here isn't working with the rest of it. So I might have to like maybe we'll go live on like a test channel or something and then figure it out so I'm not spamming you guys with alerts. But okay, I'm gonna come over here to the actual website. Also, no one wants to sit here and watch me do like streamer man troubleshooting. Let's see. Click on this. That hides it. That brings it back. So that's still good. Post your channel on Twitter a few days ago with a message from here and watch this guy suffer with Kamal. Oh, geez. Yeah, the Kamal struggles. I don't think I'm ever going to forget that. I was so confident. I was like, it's 35 lines of code. We'll show up. We'll do it as like a cool first little demo. It'll work great. And then every time it refuses. There's always something. Even if it's not Kamal, like action cable and its config, there's always something that comes in and just makes it not work for some reason. Okay, let me test case. Let me make sure that I didn't break anything else. Deleting still works. If I create the link, make it public, and then delete it, that also works. Create the link, edit it to test 2. That works. Visit link. That was weird. Oh, because it's /case2. I gotcha. Okay. So then this should still work, right? Like I go over to Twitter and then, yeah, okay. So all of that's fine. And then we still have like video support and all that. We still need to fix this. And then, yeah, like analytics or something at some point. Oh, geez. Okay. Wait, hold on. Was that me? Okay, yeah, no, it's not opening. I thought it was opening like a new window. Pretty trash with Ruby on Rails, so I have a very high hopes with this channel. Usually I'm better, but it's like as soon as I get out of my comfort zone, which is what the stream ends up causing me to do a lot of times, that's where it's just, yeah, exactly. Like it's just immediately absolute trash just comes out. Like, because I get the comments on the videos a lot from people that are like, oh, I don't know how you do this. And it's like, it's not, trust me, the videos take effort. Some of them I sit down and I crank them out in a couple minutes. But a lot of times when I sit down and it's something where you're like, whoa, I can't believe you figured this out. That was probably a week's worth of work of me just sitting there messing around in like a demo project. Okay, so that's fine. That's fine. Oh, we still needed, yeah, okay. Add emails. We need to add emails for the device stuff still. Because I think we were running into issues with like recovering or like resetting passwords. So that's something I should still do. Which is also a good excuse to like go through the mailer and stuff. And then that was resend, right? Well, they got like a Ruby quick start. Let's go. Oh, this might actually just be like an entire video on its own. So I always get comments from people about that as well, where they want like an actual email service set up. How long have you been working with Rails? It literally happens to everyone. You were surprised by the design of Linktree, but with other things, I seem that I have a couple of extra chromosomes. Yeah, we all have our strengths and our weaknesses. My strengths are I'm really good at finding out ways to make things run in Rails that shouldn't be running in Rails, like other instances of Rails. And then when I have to do anything that actually matters, I just fumble about. How long have you been working with Rails? I started, say like a blanket statement, probably like 4 or 5 years of experience. But because I do it for like hobby dev, it's always, I pick it up and I put it down again. I think the YouTube channel has had me like fairly consistently doing it for like 3 to 4 years now. But even there, occasionally I like front load the videos, or maybe I don't upload for like a month or two, and then I go and I do like other stuff. Maybe I go and make a Unity game or play with Godot, or I don't know. I got stuck playing RuneScape leagues for like 2 months, and all my motivation for the Rails stuff just went out the window. It's one of the downsides of it being a hobby, is it's very easy to switch hobbies for a bit. But I mean, there's a reason why this is my hobby and not like C# development or something. I definitely prefer this. Oh, jeez. Let's see. I'm going to close this. I'm going to close this as well. Although I need to look at, I'm going to make a note to myself about that. Would really like to see more C# content. That's the plan. I'm hoping with the streaming that this will be a excuse to branch out more. There was like a Reddit post on the NewTubers subreddit the other day. I went there and someone was asking like how to grow with streaming, like development, because they wanted to do development type content. So I was like, whatever, I can help with that. I know a little bit, like I'm not like Fireship or whatever, but I have a bit of experience. So I left like a couple thoughts there, and I ended up meeting someone who does, I think they're like a principal dev for Microsoft. They were in here. I think they were in here earlier. It was Coding Things IRL is their Twitch channel. Can I get that link from here somehow? I like go through my followers. If I click on this and go here, maybe. That's not what I wanted. I want to actually go to their channel. I don't want to ban them. Twitch, please. All right, hold on. If I do this, twitch.tv/this. I don't know if they stream yet. They're actually live right now. Oh, this is not, okay, this is someone else. This is someone else that I met through that subreddit. Who am I thinking of? It was, let me go to Twitter and hope that I don't see any weird pictures again. It was, let me open up Reddit. Hold on. It's a good excuse for me to plug them, so I might as well mention them while I'm here. It was not Coding Things IRL. It was, oh, here we go. This person. So we'll go here and then we'll look at their profile. Dev leader CA. There we go. That was so much more complicated than it needed to be. Yeah, they're a principal engineer at Microsoft. So they've been using C# for like 20-ish years, and they were wondering about like, I don't know, doing videos together or something. So that, I think that would be a lot of fun. I'll post their stuff in chat in case anyone wants to go follow them. But yeah, like a lot of my interests are usually like all over the place. So I would prefer to start making content in that direction, like still doing Rails, but doing other stuff as well. I actually enjoy more live coding, streaming, and suffering than watching pre-made videos. Yeah, I mean, that's what I didn't quite, maybe I didn't appreciate when I started with the streaming. Because I've always heard that there's not really an interest in that, but I've seen and I've noticed that like there's a lot of people that do live streaming and like they seem to see some success. So I was like, maybe there's something there. But like I looked at my analytics for last week and that was way more performant than I've seen from videos in quite some time. So I think if I like do a mix of the two, it should be fine. And then that should at least give me some like wiggle room to do videos or to do streams that aren't interesting for the general Rails population, but maybe more like niche streams that other people are interested in. Doing like some C# dev or the Next.js streams. Although to be fair, like I always get a couple requests for that. It's just I've tried it in the past and like the couple of requests translates to maybe 30 or 40 people watch the video compared to like the 300 to 400 it usually gets. And then I'm like, all right, so it was literally a couple people that wanted to see that. So we'll have to see. Like there's no way to do it than to try, right? I did have someone who mentioned like doing a comparison between other frameworks and Rails. So maybe I'll use that as my excuse. I'll do the research on stream and then I'll do the comparison in a video. I think that's probably the way to go. Yeah, one of the things I want to learn is like .NET development because I haven't properly used it yet, and I would really like to become more proficient with it. Make something like a community stream where viewers guide you on new tools. Yeah, that was something that someone else mentioned, was having some kind of coaching like that, because like it was so helpful having you walk me through Tailwind. I don't know if it seemed like that to you, but that was like hopping in a call with your boss and having them just hold your hand as like a junior dev. So that's even just like having that live feedback at all from anyone who just goes, hey dummy, you're doing it wrong, it's so helpful compared to sitting here and just banging your head against the wall for hours on end. I can close that and close that. Yeah, there's definitely interest in it. It's just a matter of like figuring out how to do it properly. Do that with my developers. I like to ask them questions, even if they're basic. Yeah. Yeah, I had a couple developers that I helped train at my previous job, which was weird because at that time, I wasn't a lead yet. So I was still like, I was a junior. And it was always weird being like a peer, but also being the person that had to do the training. So I was just sitting there like, yeah, I mean, you don't have to listen to me, but like, if you want to get this to work, you can do it like this. Super timid. And then by the time like the fourth or fifth set of junior devs showed up, I was just like, all right, here's what you got to do. Go set all this up. If anything doesn't work, I'll be right here. Just message me. I can talk and code at the same time. Maybe not very well, but I can do it. And I just sit there and I'm like, so when you do this, are you expecting X, Y, or Z to happen? Even though I know what the answer is, I just ask it because I think it helps. I don't know. It both helps them get used to the idea of like communicating while coding, but also it kind of guides them in the direction that they should probably be going in. And now here I am, man on the internet yelling at Kamal all day long. How the mighty have fallen. Just sitting here going, so like, it's probably going to work. I also still have to figure out why this is happening. This is another thing that's on my like offline to-do list because I don't think anyone wants to watch me mess with it. But I don't know why I have to add this as a platform. I don't know what I did while I was setting up this specific Ubuntu like instance that broke it, I guess. But it's really frustrating because I'm actually running into this in like other areas. So I must have done something wrong while setting it up. I like helping devs through tools, but I really hate teaching. Yeah, see, for me, it feels very similar. Where it's just, I guess it's because my teaching is similar probably to how I help, which is why it's probably not, I mean, maybe it is better teaching than normal. I don't know, but for me, they're both very similar. You teach your students are like lost without seeing any results. Yeah, I guess that's fair. I don't know. I can hop in a call and I can guide someone and I can sit here and I can talk at a screen. So they both seem similar, but I guess I've never sat next to someone and gone like, yeah, how do you deal? See, and that's the hard part. And that's what put me off streaming initially. It was like, I was really terrified that I was going to just get endless numbers of comments that are like, just really annoying to answer. Like, how, does this scale to millions of users when you're making like a Linktree clone? And it's like, I don't know. It probably not. There's probably going to be an issue you're going to have to fix. Like broadcasting to 3 different pages at the same time. That's probably not the most performant solution. But maybe we worry about that after we break, I don't know, like 100 active users, and then we can go from there. That's thankfully that doesn't seem to be the case. It seems like everyone so far has been very, very kind, and they've asked good questions and they've been very helpful. I'm so broken by the YouTube comments sometimes because it feels like when you get the comments from people and it's like you get 100 comments from people that say, "Oh, this was great. This worked perfectly for me." You never get notified about those from YouTube. When YouTube sends you a push notification on your phone, it's always like, I can't believe you said Ubuntu instead of Ubuntu. Are you like, how can you possibly think you should be teaching this? You don't even know what it's called. You have no idea what you're doing. This didn't work for me. I didn't read or watch anything you did, but it didn't work. And you go to the video and there's just, you look at the other comments because you're like, oh, maybe it's broken for everyone. It's just that one guy who's just really mean for no reason. It's like, that's the only thing I see sometimes. So I sit there, I'm like, oh my God, this is ridiculous. So lately what I've been doing is I open up the YouTube app and I go through the recent comments, and then that's like my sanity check of, okay, not everyone is like that one guy who got under my skin that one time. Sometimes I do wonder though, if like YouTube does that on purpose, where they funnel the hate at you so that you just, I don't know, feel a need to prove that person wrong. I've personally just found that like for some of those people, the shadow ban button's the best thing that I can do for both of us. Because some of them are just so incredibly rude. Like I had one guy who was like, I don't know why you bother making 20-minute videos in like multiple parts when you could just make like a 4-hour video each week and be done with it. And it'd be easier to follow along. And I was like, how long do you think a 4-hour video each week would take me? The reason why they're in multiple parts across multiple weeks is because it's hard. It's a lot of work. If I make a 4-hour video each week, I'm gonna be working like 40 to 60 hours on that one video each week. Well, that's not going to pay the bills, my guy. That's so much work. And then he had some other lovely names that he called me. Question, does this scale to millions of users? Answer, it doesn't, but you can replace it with a Kafka cluster with 150 topics of each event and broadcast it to the Silica DB cluster with at least 50 nodes and ship it in around 5 years from now. Yeah, seriously though. I see those so much on like programming subreddits where it does tend to show you the level of experience of the person asking the question when they're worried about things that don't matter. Like there's the don't prematurely optimize advice, but I think equally there needs to be a, like, I don't know, don't prematurely solve problems you're not going to run into as just like a blanket piece of advice. Or the way that my former boss put it, you can account for just about everything, but what happens if the moon falls from orbit? Like At some point, you have to find that line and just say, okay, you know what? Maybe this is a problem. We don't need to be mitigating right now. Now that said, like if everything else with Kamal works for a deploy, there's a good chance the moon might actually fall from orbit just to like make sure that the deploy doesn't happen. Because that seems to be the track record lately. I'm sure if juniors knew what a million users architecture looks like, they won't ask the question. Yeah, I mean, I've had scaling issues with like, there's going to be one user using the system because there's just other problems that you can run into. If I had actually gone to my former customers and said, how do we scale this to 1 million users? They would have laughed at me. And yet there was plenty of performance issues. So, you know, but again, like I guess sometimes they probably just ask those questions because they just want to like seem knowledgeable or seem involved. Like if you ever like walk into a true junior dev and then they ask a question like, what programming language do you use for your work or something? Like the way the question's worded, you can kind of pick up on the experience level. And then you go, oh, you know, we use X, Y, or Z, but like really it doesn't matter. It's like you're trying to guide them down that path of like, okay, it's not, I don't know, it's not like a relevant question, I guess. Copy links button. I'm going to go look at this real quick. Yeah, so here in the app, Kamal will never work, so we are safe. Yeah, that is true. We're on like day 4 of using it now, and it still managed to fail like 12 times. Clipboard button, this one. What is happening? Held a message for reason bullying. Yeah, okay. All right, Twitch. Dude, this this website sometimes. You really need to stop bullying the Python CRUD apps. Okay, Rails G stimulus, and we're gonna call this clipboard button. I guess we'll call it that. And then we can open up the you know, actually, now that I'm thinking about it, this is not really related, but I could probably more easily test alerts if I try to like drag Twitch chat onto the stream. Do one of those chat overlays so that YouTube viewers can see it. Because I bet that would show me what's breaking with Stream Elements. So maybe I'll do that when I go to set up the alerts in a test stream. Sorry, Django is the best framework ever, and their ORM is the best piece of software ever done, and it scales to millions of users. That's some great copium you have there. All right, this is clipboard button controller. So we're looking, let me open this up in VS Code actually. By the way, for anyone that doesn't know, if you're ever looking at the GitHub repository, press the period button. It'll open up a VS Code editor in GitHub. So you don't have to like go clone the code to actually navigate it. Then we can go over here and we can look for clipboard button. I think it's going to be a hyphen, right? Share button. So we grab this. This has the controller and the copy thing for it. You need to be logged in for that, by the way. Really? Why? Is it maybe because of your extensions? That's so weird. Really? Why would they do that? Linktree demo. I'm just going to chalk that one up to Microsoft being Microsoft. That's such a weird decision. Where is this? This goes in app views links share button. I mean, I guess it doesn't have to, but might as well do it. Make a little copy to clipboard button, _share _button.html.erb. We can paste this in. We still have our tail fold collapse stuff. And then we also have, because this is over somewhere in the admin link, we have the link actions. Oops. Let's get rid of this. We have this link actions, so we have to do that. Right click, new file, underscore link underscore actions.html.erb. And then we can grab this. How is the Linktree clone going? It seems to be going well. We have a bunch of turbo stuff working now, so there's real time like editing and it's preview. Oh, it's not going to work now because the server stopped. There's editing, there's previewing in the iframe that also gets updated, which is really nice. So like if I hide and unhide this, we also have the ability to like toggle the active status. So all of that is reflected over here, except for the drag and drop for some reason now. Just tuning in, what's this Tailwind plugin? I was working on there's a Tailwind plugin called Tailwind Fold, and they had a issue open with does this scale to millions of active users? Yeah. It's running on Django, so it scales really well. There was an issue on their GitHub repo about ERB support like a year ago. And I think Mackenzie Child asked about if there was a way to make it support ERB. So I went into the repo. It didn't look like there was, but it looked like everything was just powered by one regular expression. So I forked the repo. I did a couple tweaks to it to get it working. And then I published this extension, the Tailwind Fold Rails, until I can figure out if I can get it into either Tailwind Fold or whatever they want to do. But what it does is the Tailwind Fold collapses all of your classes and replaces them with the little Tailwind icon ... But the Rails version also hides the classes in the like ERB. So like I have this link to here, and it's also collapsing that so that I don't have to like sit here and scroll all the time. Which here isn't too big of a deal because it's just on its own line. But you can imagine like if this were on the same line, just figuring out where that target is would be super annoying, which is why I thought the plugin was nice. It's just a shame that it didn't work with ERB. But of course, it's like kind of a difficult problem because if you're not familiar with the fact that this is like a, class colon, that's gonna. I mean, how would you know that? Like, there's a random framework out there that does class colon instead of that, and then there's others like React is class name and then equals and then braces instead. So like, there's a lot of it. I get it. It's just I went through it and I was like, all right, well, I already got it working once, so I might as well share it with people. But yeah, so what is... Oh, I have to do this. Okay. Wait, what? Missing partial admin active toggle. Well, that just isn't true. Is it? Shouldn't be. Oh God, what did I do? Links admin active toggle is in the... That's going to be in the share button, right? Or the link actions right here. Yeah, this one. What's the shortcut to collapse it? It is Control-Alt-A. I don't know why, but that's what they went with. That can be configured though. If you go into, or if you hit Control-Shift-P, you go into your user settings JSON. And then down here, you're going to want to do, let me find it. There's a hotkey. I think there's a way to change the binding anyways. Maybe not. Let me go into settings, preferences, settings. What is it? Tailwind Fold. Where is it? Is there really no hotkey? Or no way to rebind it? Let me open up the project real quick. We're going on a detour. CD Tailwind Fold Rails code dot. Let's see if it's hard coded or if it just exists there. SRC commands maybe. Configuration. Okay, not seeing it there. Decorations. Decorator. No, that wouldn't. I don't think it'd be in the decorator. Maybe in the extension. All right. Let's look for alt. Sorry for troubling you. Oh, no, you're good. This is package.json. Okay. It looks like there's a way. This also looks like something that I missed. Oh no, this is a different version. That might be why. But yeah, so it's definitely here. I just have to figure out how. And then if it's not working, I'll push up a change for it. Yeah, I'm happy to help. That's what I'm here for. This, however, this does not cause joy. What I'm going to do is I'm going to grab, I guess I can do this in here. So I'm going to maybe, let's comment this out and let's just put the other one in. Oops. That. Render partial, links slash inline active toggle. And we need the locals. Like that, I think. Refresh page. Underscore link underscore actions. What is wrong with this? Oh, inline active toggle form, of course. Words are hard. Okay, so we have that, and then we also have a share button. If I click on this and I open up a new tab and I paste, that goes to YouTube. And then if I click on Twitter and I open, or I go over here and I paste. Okay, so that's now copying it to the clipboard. The other part of it is though, it should be like giving me some kind of feedback. Let's go into the share button. Controller is clipboard button. Span D none. Okay. So what is the toast? The copy toast. So this is the other thing that we need then. So where is the copy toast used at? Because this is the thing that's actually going to give us some feedback on the page. Let's see. Copy toast. Let's come over here. Copy toast. Index partial. Oh, I'm just rendering it at the bottom of the index. Okay. Sure. Let's go to the index page. We'll just do it right here. Say render partial link slash copy button. Like that. I have to put the actual stuff in here. I think, right? No, that's it. Link slash copy toast. And then we can come into the partial and do that. So let me come back to wherever I just was. Underscore copy underscore toast. Underscore copy underscore toast.html.erb. Paste this in. And then we need the, because it's going to be somewhere. Need the actual stimulus controller. So let's come over here to the app, JavaScript, controllers. Is there like a toast controller? There's not. Okay. So how am I doing this then? Sometimes I'm like amazed by what past me came up with. Man was cooking. Ooh. Sonner, an opinionated toast component for React. Render a toast. Oh, that's so cool. See that? Oh, that's so fancy though. Look at that. It like stacks. This is the kind of thing that has me wishing I used React sometimes. And of course, it's just like four lines that you got to put in there. Meanwhile, I'm over here just hacking together something like this. Oh, you got another one? All right, here we go. A drawer component. Ooh, that's cool. You can drag this. Oh, that's so sick. That's so cool. I also really like the aesthetic of each one, how it's just like very minimal. I feel like this isn't a React component. I feel like this is, it's like Apple's giving me a showcase of their new drawer component type of thing, where it's just very minimalist. Both are from Apple? Okay, I gotcha. It makes sense because they both have a similar aesthetic and a similar polish to them. Let's see. Okay, this copy toast is only being used here. So it's not, as far as I can tell, it's not being broadcast. I think. So where is this being used at? We have the clipboard button control already, right? That's this one. Edit link, links controller. Click. That's just for tracking the links. React is sometimes so sexy. Yeah. Yeah, just be careful. If you say stuff like that, the Rails devs will find you. Or I guess I should say the Hotwire Rails devs will find you. Everyone else understands what you mean. Oh no, what is this? Was it using Bootstrap? Is that what is this? Yeah, look at that. God. Okay, so we gotta find some kind of alternative. Tailwind toast. Give me your toast. But not from Flowbite or I'll get bullied. Is preline good? Is preline good? This is gonna make me need other things too. I don't want that. Give me your freest toast. Go with this one. MD Bootstrap. Good God. Let's grab this one, I guess. Or no, we'd probably want the green one, right? I think so. So we'll come here. Let's come to the, wherever the copy thing is. Here. Just paste this. Come here and refresh page. Render partial. Colon. Okay. Let me come over here and let me get rid of this just to make sure that this one doesn't look great. I don't even see this one. Let's do this. Like the copy to clipboard button that have a built-in notification instead of a notification pop-up. Similar to this. Whoa, that's also cool. Okay. This might be a winner because I kind of like this more too. Okay, let's see. So we'd have to, let me think about this. This could be converted easily enough. This isn't a problem. So that's just a non-factor. The CSS should be fine. And this, I really don't think I need to change a lot, do I? Copy. What is this? Button list contains animate, do the animation. So you'd have to combine this with what we have for the actual copying the logic is what I'm guessing. Because yeah, that makes a lot more sense than the toast. Let me actually see, because it's been a while since I've done this. Has Linktree changed it? Because I'm pretty sure there's like a link to copy this one, I think. Yeah, so it looks like they do it that way now, where it's just the button says copied. So similar to this. So let's do that instead. We'll do this. Okay. Oops. We'll do that. Refresh the page. Grab the CSS. We'll put this in here. We'll refresh. Copy link. Then we just need the JavaScript, which if everyone looks away for a second, I can just do until we get to a point where we handle it with like a stimulus component. So if I don't do it with a stimulus component, I'm going to get yelled at. Refresh. Click. Okay, so that gives us mostly what I'm looking for. That was a little weird though. Here's another one. This is React though. That's okay. I'm always happy to look at anything. Although the more I look at React, the more tempting React becomes. Click. Oh, see, that's really smooth though. That's like, that tells you exactly what you just did. Okay, I closed my eyes, huh? Thank you. Okay, let's come over here. So is that what it's doing over here? Oh, okay, I understand. We'll leave this as copied instead. Is that what we had? Let me just do this. I can just go look at the button again. I don't know why I'm sitting here going through all this. Yeah, just copied. We'll do this. And then this should look a little bit better. I think. That still says copy link. Copy. It's a little bit off-centered. Why is that? Oh, I wonder if some of the styling from Tailwind is overriding it. So let's do this. Let's try this. Let's see if it's good for anything today. Maybe it can help with this. Can you add some prefixes to these CSS classes so they don't conflict? Something like .copy dash button. Let's see if ChatGPT can do this for us. Without giving us an additional lecture on things we already know about. Well, the first part we didn't get through, but that's okay. And then we'll see if this causes it to clean up its act. So glad we get this little role play where it types it out in real time. It's like 3 hours later when it's finally done. What a response. See, animations that work like magic example. Okay, that's so cool though. I understand it's more complicated than it looks, but it looks so clean and simple when you see just maybe 15 lines there. It's always so cool to see. Oh. This is the kind of stuff I wanted to do when I was first making my portfolio when I was like in school. I wanted to make everything animated. And then I learned the lesson that not everything needed to be animated because you make everything look super cool and then you get a user on your website and they're just like, dude, I can't do anything. It takes me like 10 minutes to navigate through your menus. So I feel like the animations go hand in hand with a fair amount of restraint. I feel like they managed to find that balance very well where you look at it and you go, oh, but it doesn't like halt your progress. Where's chat GPT? There it is. Okay. Copy. And then we paste into here below the iframe container. And then hopefully this works. Okay. Now we got to come back to the to here. Let's just have it do this. Can you refactor this page to use the new classes? Build UI, elastic slider. Oh, there it is. Ooh. That's funny. The slower you go, the more little lines you get there. Drag it to the end. Oh my God. That's so cool. Yeah, no, it makes sense that this one would be a little bit more involved. That's such a cool component though. You do max overflow. Oh my God. This is the kind of UI I would expect from like a very polished product. If I see this, I'm like, oh my God, these people know what they're doing. And then there's me. ChatGPT, can you do my homework for me? Let's do this. Paste this in. Save it. Refresh. Okay. We'll grab these two. Or no, we'll grab these two. These four. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to go here. Or sorry, I'm going to... All right, you know what? Copy What is it? Copy underscore button, copy dash button, copy dash button dash. We'll just do this. We'll do that. Button, content, copy. Icon. Copied. The ID. The ID should be fine. Magic of framer motion. Gotcha. It feels like wizard stuff. Refresh. Okay, so we're kind of close. ID. Is it right here? Wait. ID. Copy button. Copy button. Click. Okay. Let's go through here. I think all of these are fine. I just got to go through here and do this manually. The AI has failed. It's failed us. I think the ID had a trailing dash, did it? Let me look at this again. Maybe not. That AI is going to take your job, by the way. Yeah, I mean, it is scary. It is almost as good at breaking a code base as I am. Like, and I've had years of experience. I can't believe how good it is at it's like the finest detail. Like it finds the perfect thing every time where it just tweaks it a little bit. I'm willing to bet if I look at this, it's probably going to be like one of these numbers is going to be different, and it's just sitting there chuckling to itself. It's like, hey. Yeah, that's right. I broke that. And you're never going to find out because you're too lazy to read. Okay. Let me do this. I'm going to come in here. I'm going to undo all this. We'll do this. Go back to before the copy dashes were added everywhere. Refresh. Save this, and then we're going to grab the other CSS. This one. Paste this in down here. Leave it like this, first of all. So this should break everything, right? I'm going to come in here and do this. What a pain. Okay. Button here. Dash dash button dash height. That seems fine. But for these, I'm going to do copy dash button, I guess. We'll just do copy dash. Copy dash, copy dash. There. Okay, I'm not going to question that one. I guess I want to change the animate too. Maybe? Do I want to change the animate? Maybe I just leave the animations alone. I'll leave the animations alone. We'll come in here and we'll just change all of these to have a different prefix. Class. I'll save that. I'll refresh. Click. Nothing happens. Change this to class add animate. Class contains animate. Class contains animate. Like that. Refresh. Oh, okay. Like that. Okay. Bootstrap is not defined. Oh, okay. Clipboard button controller. Let's just do this. And I guess we also want to just do this because this is not going to work. Something like that. Refresh. I think this can work with rows. Auto animate. Add motion to your apps with a single line of code. Quick demo. Oh. This would be cool for the drag and drop as well. Oh, a sort button. Okay, hold on. A sort button is actually brilliant. We're going to add that to the README real quick. Oops. Sort button. At least to let you sort like your links alphabetically. So you don't have to like manually do it. Oh, excuse me. Well, that's cool. Yeah, if this has native JS, then it should be fine. So yeah, I'm going to keep that one in the back for now. I'll close this too. You have just done nothing but cause me trouble. So you're going to have on-screen chat eventually so we can see YouTube / Twitch. Yeah, so the issue I'm running into there, I still don't quite know how to resolve it. Twitch has a questionable terms of service where they don't allow you to combine chat on screen. So like I can't have a thing that automatically combines it. I can have this, which is like my version where I can see everything. So what I'm probably going to have to do is have like a Twitch chat box and then a YouTube chat box or something. And then go from there. That's not a good idea because some viewers are toxic. It's fine. I can manage it. It's not that big of a deal. I'm not talking about you, but like if someone comes in and they're trying to be a pain, it seems like the auto moderation catches whatever they're unhappy with. And then if they're not, I think as long as you actively make an effort to remove them, it's not a problem. Yeah, so there's no real way to combine it right now, unfortunately, which means it's going to be like two different chats probably. I don't even know if I'm supposed to like be showing my restream thing on stream to show that I'm doing it that way. Like, man, I'm not made of time and energy. I don't know what more they want from me. Anyone update their Chrome regularly? It feels like every time I update it, this stupid thing just comes right back. Like, I don't even know. It must be like a once a week activity for me at this point, and there's always just a green box there. At least for Brave. Let me see. Oh, right. Okay. Let's come over here. Let's close this. Copy. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to get it to a working point again. So I'm going to stop making a mess. Copy button. For 4 years using Brave, I haven't seen that box. Yeah, I don't know. It's like every time I open it up, it's back and it's like, hey, you want to update? We've done literally nothing since the last time. Everything's still broken, but I don't know. There might be more crypto stuff or something. I'm like, oh great, more crypto. That's what I wanted. Yeah, I don't think they care to enforce it. That's I mean, a lot of their rules they don't seem to care to enforce. So I definitely think that's a part of it. Let me try this. Copy link. Okay, so that's at least being animated again. I wonder why. Okay. Let's go back. Okay, let's do this. Copy link, copied, leave it like that. Come over here. Do you know code with Antonio? I do not. Where did copy button go? How have I lost my copy button? Oh, excuse me. All right, let's replace the script. Come back over to here. Oh, I was looking at the wrong thing. Let me do this. Ooh. Jesus. 250K in 4 weeks. It's a 10-hour long tutorial. This person, they're putting in work. Good God. That is crazy. Let's look at the Miro clone.
Hey, Nick.
Oops. Oh yeah, this is literally just Miro. In 10 hours. That's crazy. I almost did the thing that people in my comment section do where I almost, I mean, I'm assuming it's Next.js something is doing all the work. Yeah, Next.js React Tailwind. I was almost like, whoa, I don't think I could even do this in 40 hours. Time to start making website clone videos with Rails. Yeah, seriously though. Well, see, this part right here is the part that's kept me held back for so long, is the Tailwind part, because you're not making a Miro clone using Bootstrap. It's funny because like one of my best performing videos was like making a Terraria clone, and it was just all in like basic JS, vanilla JS. Uh, 10 hour, but sometimes hour in and one video not worth it. I like playlists more. Yeah, it really depends on what kind of mood I'm in. I think usually I prefer a playlist just because it's almost like it gives me like digestible chunks to work through. Okay, so that's still upset. I mean, I think I know one way we could solve this, right? Could probably do something like something like this work. Just do oh, it didn't like that. Well, it turns blue, at least. Do only HTML and CSS video. You know, I know what you mean. There was someone I follow on Twitter made one of those. It was like how to make a nav bar in HTML and CSS. It got like 20-something thousand views in like the span of a week. And I was just sitting there in disbelief. So I'm like, my best videos, that 25,000 views, that's like a year's worth of views on those videos for Rails. It's just vanilla JS. Like, okay. That, and sometimes YouTube likes to reset the time to 00 when you reload the page. So 10-hour video would be a pain to... Yeah, that's what happens to me. That's honestly the one that hurts me the most, is when it just resets your progress and then you're just like, and then you got to like scrape through it trying to figure out where you were. Yeah, that's not fun. Oh, I see. Never mind. Let's go back. Let's go back. It was fine. And then we'll put all this in here. We'll see if this does anything. Where is it? Right here? All the way down to here. Save. Refresh. Oh wait, that's the website. Let's go here. Click. Okay, the copied happened. Over here. Let's do this. Console.log. Copied to clipboard. Control-Shift-I. Refresh the page. Click the button. Okay, so it is getting in here. So it does contain. We are removing it. Document get element by ID button. Let's do copy dash button. Oh. This also won't work if there's more than one copy button on the page. Yeah. Oh, okay. I mean, let's see. Tailwind copy to clipboard button. Maybe we gotta try something else. I mean, there is the flow byte solution. Let's see what that one looks like. I mean, that kind of serves its purpose, right? You just change the text after you click it. Maybe we just do that. Maybe we don't need the toast. Let's check. So let's get rid of the copy toast. And let's go to the link actions, I think is what it was. Let's close all this. Link actions right here. Link actions has the share button, clipboard button, copy. So this is our data controller. This is our share text. What we want to do is grab the controller here. And we'll do dot. We'll just do a div, tab it over. And then we need a data dash controller, which will set equal to clipboard button. Get rid of the comma. Refresh the page. Now we grab this share button. Which is in our link actions. And then we come into our admin link. Wherever that is, admin link. Link actions right here. It should be right next to this, right? So link actions, share button. There's a bunch of classes that aren't relevant anymore. Oh, I'm looking at the website again. Why do I do this? All right, you know what? We're going to close the dnout.com thing because that's gotten me so many times now. Front end seems like a massive bottleneck in your development. Oh yeah, it is. 100%. I'm not a front end developer. This is where I waste a lot of my time. And we don't need the active toggle. Well, I guess we want the active toggle here, but we don't need it here anymore, right? Let's do this. Same, yeah. I mean, you know, everyone has their strengths and their weaknesses, and this is by far my weakness. Like, if you look at a lot of the videos I've made, this is 100% where I'm just like, and this is where a good designer would do better. Unfortunately, you get what you pay for. It's a free video, and then I just use that as my cop-out, and then I run away before anyone can catch me. Okay, so we click share. Ooh, share takes us there. I don't like that. Let's see, the share button, link actions here. This is the clipboard button with the controller. So let me just check. Let's find the edit link controller. Let's come in here. Let's comment this out. We don't need this right now. Close this, refresh. And then we can click share, which is failing. So that makes sense. So we come into the share copy something. I don't know. Clipboard button, that controller, which we don't have, which explains a lot. So let's come over to here and let's find it. Clipboard button controller. I've sworn we just had that open. We did. I'm being lied to. Do this, but this used the toast. We don't need the toast though, so we'll just do that. I also don't think we need this. Because instead of doing this, we grab the URL value, and then instead of doing this, we probably want to, I don't know, change the link text to copied for 2 seconds. Sure. Yeah, but that's probably not going to work because we're in a then, but whatever. Let's just see. Yeah, I hate front end. Leave it to the guy that's like a wizard at this stuff to make a joke like that. Copy. I'm going to change this back to share. Like that. Click, copied, and then it goes back to share. Okay. But this is changing something. Dude, I actually don't work at front end. That's wild. Now you're just making the imposter syndrome go up to an 11. Clipboard button. We actually need the text to have a target. I liked front end until it got confusing with all the JS frameworks. Yep. And then there's stimulus, which is supposed to get rid of all of that confusion. And then I still sit here and I'm still confused when I use it. We need this because this is now all inside of this clipboard button, right? So now we should be able to give this span a data dash clipboard dash button dash target equal to share, I think. Stimulus is a cancer in the Rails community. I have nothing nice to say about it, so I will not be saying words about it. I don't need values. I need, actually don't. No, I do need this. I need the static targets though. Equals this. Oops, equals this. We'll grab this and then we want to use this to set the text. So we'll say, somehow we'll do this. We'll say this dot share target, I think. Dot text content equals share. Maybe. Click share. That gets changed to copied. And it doesn't get changed back. Missing target element share for clipboard button controller. But why? Data dash clipboard button target share. Okay, so let's come in here and let's just do this. Console.log this dot share target. Then we don't have to click on it every time to see it. Okay, so this is working, right? Somehow. Maybe it's not text content. I bet that's what the problem is. Maybe. If I click share. Missing target element share for clipboard button. So this dot element works fine, but this dot target doesn't. Yeah, this dot element dot text content was working. Okay. This guy is truly, one sec. This guy's truly. It's paid, by the way. Oh God, that's how you know it's going to be something. 21 lessons in 2 hours and 30 minutes. Yeah, I mean, as much as it hurts me, this is probably something I'm gonna have to do is actually actually pay for a course at some point and actually watch a course. Made a pixel perfect Discord UI. That pains me for so many reasons, and not just because Discord's UI is like really confusing for no reason. You actually do know the guy? He's awesome. Yeah, I bet. Making a course like that. All right. Okay, so why does this... Oh, I bet this is why. Okay. This needs to be copied. Copied. Like that. Wonder if that's the problem. We click this, that gets changed to copied. It doesn't get rid of the share. And now we can click it again. Let's go. Oh, I do front end React. Still can't use it as my company uses old style to write the code, no hooks and latest stuff. Now they have to rewrite it in Flutter web rather than just giving us time. Great. Yeah. There was one of those at my old company too. It was, except it was with Vue. It wasn't with React. It was like right around the time that Vue 3 came out. And then there was it was a complete just melding of the two. And it was unusable by the time they were done. No way I'm leaving that company. No. This is your work environment now. You gotta use React, but with classes. Okay, and then we want the button to look a little bit better. Okay, this is not a Bootstrap class. Stop doing that. Give me actual CSS for Tailwind. Okay, fine. I'll go find a Tailwind button. There we go. Yeah, we want the classes here, right? Like that. Refresh. Maybe. Oh. Class. Oh, I don't have a comma. Okay. We'll do that, and then, I don't know, like a blue button. Gray. Nope. Gray. Of course. Like that. Is there like a light gray? There is not. Okay. Hold on. BG dash. Wait, where's my little helper? I have a Tailwind helper for this. Give me the autocomplete. Oh my God. I can never have nothing. Okay. Let's go look up Tailwind colors. Also, this guy's making Linear's homepage from 0. Oh, wait. This always fascinates me, the fact that people can kind of just look at the console and tear out the application from there. I understand how to do it conceptually, but in practice, I just look at it. I'm like, that's a lot of stuff. I don't want to deal with that. I don't want to deal with that. Made the Linktree UI. Yeah, that's Kamir's brand though. If you're not careful, I'm telling you, we're all going to be Next.js developers if we're not careful. I don't want to customize colors. I just want colors. Ooh, this is cool. I like this. Okay. I don't want BG gray. I want BG slate. Slate 400. I'll leave it as 500. Does that work? Or is that... I should be working, by the way. Okay, how does this work? Is it just slate 500? Maybe it's not BG slate. Oh, I see. It was because the other one was messing it up. BG slate. BG slate. Okay, so let's do like 400. And then we'll do 500. That seems fine. And then we just have to actually make this not look bad at some point. Do some kind of layout. And then I think this is enough feedback here. Let me just check and make sure that, like, if I click on this, something's being put in my clipboard. Which it's not. Okay. Fantastic. So we have to actually come into the clipboard clipboard controller. Console.log. We'll log the URL. We'll make sure that's at least working when I click on this, which it's not. Oh, wait, is this why? I bet that's why. Okay. Click. Okay, so it's not doing that. This .url value. Do we lose the value somewhere? Writing down everything he sends to watch later. I have a huge list now. Yeah. I can't even complain because, like, the amount of improvement I've had just listening to the advice I have on stream has been astronomical. So, like, looking at the videos, your bad influence. Looking at the videos, I'm just like, there's so much to learn, and it's the good stuff. It's not like I have to go find the resources to learn. It's like this is the proven good stuff. In the words of that Reddit post, this is the advice people would pay for. Okay. Click. This should fire off copy. So that's for sure what it's doing. But this URL value is now, for some reason, not appearing. I'm a little bit confused on why. Because none of this has changed. So the only thing I can think of is that the value in here might have changed, but this is still clipboard button URL value. That's still the name of the controller underscore the name underscore value. Can you not have a value in a target? There's no way, right? URL string. Copy. It's .copy toast. Copy toast isn't used anymore now, so we can get rid of that. Let's do this actually. Console.log. I want to console.log this .url value on connect. Okay, so this is just straight up not. It's not returning anything now. Okay. Well, let's click on share. Or no, this is, yeah, let's click on share. I click on this. Data clipboard button URL value. HTTPS YouTube. What? It's like on the, I hate it when it's on the tip of your tongue and you know what's wrong, but you don't know it yet. Clipboard button target share. And we've already proven that part works. That happens to me with my code. Yeah, it's like you see the pattern that's not right, but you can't put your finger on it. Console.log this dot target or share target. Right? And then this should console log out that, which it does. URL value. Let's come over here. Maybe it'll help if I look at the corresponding thing in here. That's the share button. Word URL value. Okay, let's do this. Let's double click so it stops like moving this stuff everywhere. Okay. Let's see. Static values, URL. We then have this .url value. This is coming from here. Clipboard button URL because it's on the controller. Okay. I feel like it's something to do with where the controller is located on this. I'm not sure. Maybe there's a better way to do this. Maybe there's a way to put it on. Can we just do this? We do this and then come in here and get rid of the values. And instead of doing this, we need to grab the URL. This. And then console.log this.url value. Like, yeah, it's not stimulus, but. Oh, did I forget a comma again? I did. Comma, that. Refresh. All of these are null. This dot, oh, it's not this dot element. It would be yes, I think that's why. I don't know if you can do the value like that. The value might have to be on the same thing as the controller, maybe. So what if I give this like a what do I say, like clipboard dash or clipboard underscore button underscore target of link, right? And then we come in here and then we say this also needs a link target. And then we come over here and instead of doing this dot value, we say this dot link target dot get attribute data URL. I forgot the comma again. Classic. I was like, why is this taking so long? Refresh. There we go. Okay, so now we're getting the links. So yeah, I think the problem was the fact that the value was right here, but the controller was right here. And it's fine to have a target that's not on the controller, but maybe you can't have the value like disconnected from the controller. This is PBS. Oh. Okay, funny story about this meme right here. I am now in the past, like, I want to say the past month, I have pushed, or I have created a PR in a forked repository straight to its upstream. Every time I've gone to do that, I've chosen, or I forgot to like change it to my fork. And I'm just creating PRs in other people's projects and I got to close them. And I'm just sitting there. I'm like, please don't look at me. Please don't look at me. I swear I know what I'm doing. I saw that on the Tailwind fold plugin close PRs. Yeah. I was just sitting there like, God, not again. Oh my God. I get so into it and I forget that GitHub like automatically does that. And every time I'm just like, oh, not again. So funny. I can only imagine what it's like to get those. You're just sitting there. You're like, oh, someone opened a PR. Oh, never mind. It's gone again. Okay, so if I copy this and I come in here and I paste it, now this is working. Okay. Good Lord. Okay, I'm going to do a git add dot. Oops, I have to stop the server to do that. Git add dot git commit dash m added copy button. Open up Discord then to go check the meme channel. And then I'm also going to come into our README. Let's say clean up the index, clean up the links, the admin links, because they look cringe. We'll put that at the top too, because that stuff's gross. It's gross. Where is it? Over here. Okay. Doing it again. I need to stop typing here. I'm pushing the main. Every time. Oh, man. Look, if they didn't want us pushing to the main branch, they wouldn't have let us push to the main branch. It's really their fault if you think about it. Or actually, I should say it's their fault if you don't think about it too hard. Sort button for links would be nice. Okay. Yeah, I think that's good. Okay. Alrighty. I think I'm going to call it here, though. I think this is going to be a good stopping point before I get dragged into something else. And I'm also not trying to turn this into another keep everyone awake all night stream. So we're gonna casually move away before that happens. So I can already feel it. I'm like hitting my second wind, and we definitely don't want a second wind at 11:30, because then we're literally going to be here all night. Yeah, I appreciate everyone hanging out. Oh, no. I'm always up all night. Trying to be a good influence. Yeah, thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it.